A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Now that I've been fortified by a strong cup of coffee, my love...
Oh, was it too strong, my love?
Hush up. Would you mind explaining why you tickled me all night?
I didn't.
You tickled me all night long. You hardly let me sleep a wink.
I was only trying to see if you had a temperature.
It felt remarkably like tickling.
Oh.
Did you think I was going to change my temperature every 5 minutes?
If you did, I wanted to be the first to know. Hey, darling.
What?
Do you have to go to the office today?
I do.
Oh.
Please get that look out of your eye.
What look?
I haven't any fever.
Did you take it?
I didn't have to take it. I've got a little cold in the head, and you're making it into a milestone of medical history.
Anyone in medical history will tell you it's best to take care of a cold when you first get it. Isn't it?
Oh, doctors always exaggerate. It's their business. They have to. Besides, I haven't stayed home in bed since I was 8 years old.
There's nothing to be so proud of. Really, David, the way you look.
What's the matter with the way I look?
Well, personally, I like you better without circles under your eyes. Oh, David, please stay home. I promise not to bother you.
But there is nothing wrong with me except a little cold.
God bless you. Ditto. It's quite a big cold. Oh, listen, stop pretending. I'm only family.
Who's pretending? Look, Claudia, I admit it. I'll go so far as to say I am proud of it.
Proud of it?
In fact, I'm so proud of it, I'd like to take care of it all by myself. We don't have to share in everything,
You're
you know.
the most stubbornest person I ever knew.
Most stubborn is as stubborn can be.
You're stubborner.
Now, out of my way. I'm all dressed and I've got to rush or I'll be late.
You won't be. You're taking a cab today.
I am not. I shall walk. It'll do me good.
There's no point in my informing you that you're a lunatic.
None whatsoever.
Will you at least call me when you get to the office, lunatic?
I'll give you a complete report on my state of health, my temperature, pulse rate, blood pressure.
How you feel will be enough. Hey, here's your overcoat.
No, all right, I'll wear it. Don't think I'm going to make a habit of it.
No, dear.
And don't try to help me on with it. I've been managing myself for years.
Don't forget your rubbers.
And don't try to help me on with them, either. Say, I'm not going to wear rubbers.
Oh, David.
Man's got to have some pride. Mine starts with rubbers. Don't look so tragic, darling. I'll be back tonight, safe and sound.
David, if you want to come home early, why...
I won't. Now, stop worrying. Go see your mother. Go shopping. Buy something. Anything.
I will. I've been needing a sable coat. My old one's all worn out.
Fine. Charge it. Roger, I'm not too satisfied with the plans of this west elevation. Oh, the devil.
These colds are a nuisance, aren't they? You look a little feverish.
I've got to run up to Redbury tomorrow.
Think you'll be up to it? I can manage if you're not.
I darn well better be up to it. The only point is, will Claudia be up to it?
Is Claudia sick, too? Terrible how this flu gets around.
No, she's feeling all right, but she thinks a man should fall in bed with a hot water bottle in his arms if he so much as sneezes.
That's better than the type of woman who doesn't care what happens to you.
And right now, I just as leave Claudia locked me out of the house as smothered me with all this devotion. If I came home at this hour, she'd get panicky and send for the doctor.
Claudia will get over it when she finds something else to worry about. Then you'll be jealous. Wait and see. Stay where you are. I'll take it. Hello? Oh, hello, Claudia.
Tell her I'm out. Tell her I'm dead. No. You better not tell her that. Tell her I'm fine.
David?
Yes, he's pretty good, I think. Much better. He went to a meeting. Yes, he was wearing his coat. No, it hasn't hit me yet. Yes, I'll tell him you called, Claudia. Don't worry so much. He's all right. Yes, I'm very sure. That's very sweet of you. Goodbye. Says she feels safe as long as I keep an eye on you. But quite a responsibility. I wish you'd call it quits for the day.
You're as bad as Claudia, Roger. All right. I'll duck out now. You know, it's a funny thing when a man is afraid to go home.
Especially when it's because he loves his wife too much to tell her that she loves him too much. Now go on, get out of here. And for heaven's sake, button up your overcoat.
Gee, I don't see what people see in turtles.
I don't either, but all women seem to love them.
Oh, they do not.
Well, take your time, folks. Look around. And, can I help you, sir? You want to buy a pet? You've come to just the right place.
I think you can help me. You helped me before.
I have. I don't recall.
Well, you sold my wife a dog, a Newfoundland pup, Major, remember?
Oh, Major, yes, indeed. Then you're Mr. Norton.
That's right.
Oh, yes, that Major was a lot of dog. It's a shame you had to give him back. Must have near broke Mrs. Norton's heart.
Yes, it did. Mine, too.
Most ladies aren't up to a big dog like that, but Mrs. Norton, she was. Now, take my wife. She used to favor canaries. Oh. Mind if I answer that?
No, go right ahead. I'll just look around.
In a moment, and I'll be back with you people in a minute, too.
No hurry.
Hello.
Oh, did you ever see anything as cute as those kittens, Eddie? You know, one kitten is worth 100 turtles for my money.
Yeah, they are kind of cute. For kittens.
Don't you like kittens, Eve?
Oh, sure, kittens are all right, but I know who I like better than kittens or turtles both.
You do, huh?
No. You know who?
Can't imagine.
You want to know?
I guess so.
I'll tell you later.
Oh, tell me now.
I'm not in here. Too many people around. Tell you who.
You know, it's not nice to do that.
What?
Start saying something and then not say it. But I forgive you this time. Oh, look at 'em, Eddie. Do they have blue eyes or am I dreaming?
They're blue, all right.
I wish we could have one. Only one?
Someday when we have a big house, I'll buy you a dozen. How's that?
Oh, darling. Gee, Eddie, I didn't know anything could be so cute. Look at how they play with each other.
Hey, in a minute I'll be jealous of those kittens.
Then you better take me away right now.
I think I better.
Eddie, could I steal just one?
Going out stealing things. A fine way to start married life. Come on. Where do you want to go?
Let's go right home. Instead of to a movie.
Okay. And I'll treat you to a cab.
Nothing of the sort. We'll walk, and the money we'll save we'll put in the kitten fund.
It's a deal. You know, there was something about those kittens that reminded me of you.
Go on, Eddie.
Sorry to have held you up, Mr. Norton.
Oh, that's all right.
Now, since it's big dogs you and Mrs. Norton have a hankering for, I know of a lovely St. Bernard I can get for you in 3 or 4 weeks.
Can't wait that long. I'll take one of those small kittens.
A kitten?
One of these little orange ones here.
Oh, Mr. Norton, I distinctly remember Mrs. Norton saying you weren't the cat type. And I don't like selling cats to them who aren't.
Well, she bought Major for me. I'm buying the kittens for her.
A remarkable woman. From one extreme to the other.
That's pretty accurate.
But I can't oblige you, Mr. Norton.
Why not?
Not with one of these. Too young. Hardly seen the light of day yet. Not even weaned yet.
Well, tell me, is it a lot of work to raise them when they're not weaned?
Oh, worse than triplets. Kittens to be fed on a bottle are more trouble than fixing a formula.
Really?
Ah, but you wouldn't know about that yet, or you wouldn't want the kittens. In a week, though, they'll drink from a saucer, just like people.
Then I want it right now, today, while it'll still be a lot of trouble. You see, I want it for my wife, to take her mind off of things.
Oh, dear, still brooding about Major, huh? The gap a dog can leave behind him. I shouldn't do it, Mr. Norton, but since I disappointed you with Major, I'll take the blame for this myself.
Well, I appreciate that.
Now, which of these kittens do you prefer?
Well, they all look the same to me.
But not to their mother.
Well, you put yourself in her fur and pick me out a good one. One that wants to be pampered. You'd better make it male.
Well, here we are. The sweetest little fella of them all. No. Don't scratch, Buster.
How about making it 2?
Ah, now that's a nice thought, Mr. Norton. When Buster gets a little older, it'll be lovely for him to have a brother to play with. But you're sure 2 won't be too much trouble?
Oh, they couldn't be too much trouble. They'll keep Mrs. Norton nice and busy and worried, but not about me.
Oh, darling.
Hello. Before you say it, I'm all right. I'm getting better every minute, I think.
I called your office and Caroline said you'd left ages ago and that you felt absolutely miserable. I couldn't imagine what happened.
I went shopping.
Well, let's not stand in the hall. It's awfully drafty. Shopping? What for?
Well, not for a thermometer or a hot water bottle, I can tell you that. You've got one in each eye.
Darling, come on in and jump into a hot tub. I'll make you hot lemonade.
Oh, I detest hot lemonade.
David, if you don't cooperate, you won't even be back in the office next week.
That's what you think.
Here, hand over that box. What's in it anyway?
What I went shopping for.
Is there something for me?
Now, stop being a trained nurse a minute, darling, and have a look. Well, aren't you going to?
Oh, David, you're the most wonderful idiot I ever married. Going shopping for me because you think I think you're a nuisance because you're sick.
Well, that's hardly the reason, but if you won't open the box, I will.
All right. Kittens?
Very young kittens.
Oh, David, they're so small. Can I hold them?
Very carefully now, very carefully.
Oh, come here, you little angels. Oh, they're so soft. They're just little babies. Hey, listen, I think they're purring.
They are. They're kind of cute.
Look, David, I can hold one in each hand, just like little balls of wool. Kitty. Hey, they're trying to bite me, David.
They'll take an awful lot of care, darling.
Kitty pushes. I'll love it.
Actually, these kittens shouldn't have been taken away from their mother. They're much too young. I'm afraid they'll be a nuisance,
They
Claudia.
couldn't be a nuisance to me. I love them already.
I'm not sure that you'll have time to take care of them properly.
I'll make the time.
Maybe I was hasty. Maybe I shouldn't have brought them home.
But, David, you did, so it's too late.
You see, Claudia, they haven't been weaned.
Weaned?
Put on a bottle.
They haven't?
No.
I'll wean them.
You think you can?
Of course I can. You wait and see. I'll give them some warm milk right away.
Well, it's up to you. They're yours now. By the way, they like their milk out of bottles, like babies.
I haven't got a bottle. It's too late to get one, too.
Well, maybe a little coffee spoon will do.
Good, I'll try it. Darling, I hate to ask you this, but can I trust you to take care of yourself for a few minutes, just till I get them settled?
Take your time, Claudia. Take your time.
All sorts of things in the medicine cabinet. Help yourself. And I'll make you some hot tea.
Take your time. Don't worry about me. Just worry about those kittens. Give them all the care you'd like to give me, and we'll all be fine. Take your time. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. We'll all be fine. We'll all be fine.
All story material used on this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. You're weighted down with parcels, and there are 2 more stops to make before you start for home. Know what to do then? Instead of wearing yourself and your temper out, stop at that inviting red cooler for an ice-cold Coke. Then you'll shop refreshed and go on your way in a brighter frame of mind. Remember, the cost of Coca-Cola for the pause that refreshes is still only 5 cents. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
good evening. This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, Unlucky Numbers. Afternoon at the Blue Note Cafe. And Casey and Ethelbert are discussing a very delicate situation.
It's a very delicate situation, Casey. Gladys wants to marry me, I think.
Now, Ethelbert, what makes you think that?
She said so.
Oh.
And what I'm scared of is if I don't ask her to marry me, she'll be mad. If I do ask her to marry me, she'll marry me. Casey, what am I going to do?
Ethelbert, you must be firm.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. It's been my experience that once you let a woman get the upper hand, you're done for.
Casey.
Be the boss.
Casey?
Yeah, and whatever you do, Ethelbert, don't forget.
Oh, hello, Miss Williams.
Forget what, Casey?
Oh, Annie.
Annie? Mm-hmm.
Well, Ethelbert and I were just, we were just...
I know. You were teaching him to be firm.
I once worked for a firm.
Don't change the subject, Ethelbert. Anyway, Casey, Burke has an assignment for us.
What?
Do a story on the numbers racket.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Oh, is Burke off on another one of his crusading kicks, clean up the town?
All I know.
What's so terrible about the numbers? If a guy wants to be a sucker, he bets a buck. Maybe he loses the buck. Maybe he wins. I don't know.
550.
550 what?
Bucks. If you win. That's the odds. You bet on the last 3 digits of the treasury balance.
Well, what's the harm in that?
Well, don't look at me. All I know is Burke said to get the lowdown, something to break it up. So, let's go.
We'll go where? How do you start?
Well, you could ask Steve Polachek.
Who?
Steve Polachek. He plays the numbers.
Well, that's a start. Where does this Steve Polachek live?
Over on Ward Street, 22, I think it is.
Oh, come on, Casey.
Okay. All right. Of all the silly assignments Burke ever handed us, this is without a... Fertile brain decide to get a story that'll break up the numbers racket. Of all the silly assignments to send us on, this is without a doubt.
Well, this is where I came in.
What?
Ring the bell again.
Oh, well, I did. It looks like Polachek's not home.
Yes?
Oh, hello. We're looking for Mr. Steve Polachek. Does he live here?
It's no home yet. Soon, maybe. You'd like come in and wait?
Well, thank you.
Thanks very much.
Steve's mother. You are friends with him?
No, we're just here about the numbers game.
Numbers? Go away.
What?
Go away. Go fast. Now, before he comes. Go away. Go away. Go away.
She's all right now, Casey.
Oh, I'm sorry we upset you, Mrs. Polachek. I forgot to say that we were from the Express, the newspaper.
It's all right. Excuse, please, Mr. Casey, Miss Williams. I think when you say numbers, I think you come sell Steve numbers.
Well, we haven't.
But even if we had, Mrs. Polachek, why should you be so upset?
Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
But why?
Well, it's like sick with my Steve. It's like sick.
Sick? From betting?
Mr. Casey, now you listen. You know a man that drink, maybe. No can stop.
Well, sure, but...
Well, numbers like that with my Steve. He no can stop. No can stop. You want story for newspaper? All right. I tell you story. Now, Steve and me, we want farm and country. Little farm. Chickens, maybe cow,
I know.
So we save money. Steve is good boy, works on shop. Every week bring home money for save. $3, sometimes maybe $5. I put money in sugar bowl. It's good. I save.
Go on, Mrs. Polachek.
I save. I wait. There's no hurry. Good things you got to wait for. But Steve, all the time he hurry. No can wait. Young, lots of time he has, but no can wait.
Yeah, I see.
Then, one time Steve no bring money for save. He spend $3 for bet, for numbers. He say if he win, he have money for payment on farm. So he bet.
Well, did he win?
No. He no win that week, so he bet money next week. He no win, and next week, and next, and next, and next, and he no win, never.
Oh, that's bad.
Every week he spend money for bet, more and more. And then he take money from sugar bowl. Well, pretty soon sugar bowl is empty. Then he take money from me, more and more and more. Now I no can pay bills. Me, Clara Polachek, and no can pay bills. And he no can stop. Oh, in parlor, Steve.
Well, what are you doing in there? I was...
Oh.
Steve, this Mr. Casey, Miss Williams, my friend.
Yeah. Glad to meet you.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Ma, can I talk to you for a minute?
Well, I'm here. Talk.
Yeah, well, I mean in private.
Well, we'll wait outside.
No, stay, listen. What do you want, Steve?
But, Ma...
Well, what do you want, Steve?
$2, Ma. Just $2.
Sugar Bowl is empty, Steve.
From the housekeeping money, I mean.
It's gone too, Steve.
But I need the dough. What'll I do, Ma?
Stop gambling.
Ma, please don't pick on me.
Mrs. Polchek, we'll leave you alone.
No, stay, listen. Steve, I no pick on you.
Yes, you do. Don't you see, Ma? I don't want to gamble. I gotta. I lost too much to quit now when my number's bound to come up. And when it does come up, Ma, we'll be rich.
What for we want to be rich? It's enough to save, pay bills, put money in Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, sure. Lousy nickels and dimes so we can buy a farm in 100 years.
Oh, it's not true. There's lots of money in Sugar Bowl before...
Before what? Well, go ahead and say it. Before I swipe the money to gamble. That's what you was going to say, huh?
Stevie, please.
Before I rob the Sugar Bowl, before I swipe the money.
Stevie, I no blame you.
You can't talk about nothing else but your lousy Sugar Bowl.
Stevie.
Lousy old Sugar Bowl with a lousy old crack in it. All empty. Look at it, all empty. And I don't care, you hear me, Ma? I don't care. I don't care about your lousy old Sugar Bowl. Oh, Ma, help me. Somebody help me.
Steve.
Oh, Ma, I can't stop. Like being drunk or crazy. Every week I get my dough and I say, this time I'll bring it home to Ma, all of it. And then that guy comes along with his lousy numbers and I can't stop. Those numbers guys, Ma, I wish they was all dead.
So do I, Steve. So do I.
That's what he said, Logan. I wish they was all dead. And me, 2 hours ago, I said, what harm is there in the numbers?
You should have seen this Polachek boy, Captain Logan. Nice kid, but all shot to pieces.
Yeah, I know. They get like that.
Well, they shouldn't. With the odds against him, the guy who bets doesn't have a prayer. Why can't you cops do something about it?
That's not my department, Casey. Talk to the vice boys. They pick up the guys who sell tickets, but 2 more always sprout from the same spot. Trouble is, nobody knows who operates this thing.
Well, I'm going to find out.
How?
I don't know. Maybe I'll pretend to be one of the numbers boys myself.
Casey, I got news for you. 2 years ago, a plainclothesman discovered their hangout was Al's pool hall over on 10th. That's all. He just discovered their hangout. The next day, we discovered him. Murdered.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's still on the books. Unsolved.
Maybe I ought to mosey over to Al's pool
Now,
hall.
Casey, please. Now, even if you're a stinker, I like you better alive than dead.
I'm glad to hear that, Annie. If anyone wants me, I'll be over at Al's pool hall. That's a nice pool hall Al's got here, huh?
Yeah.
Nice tables.
Yeah. You're new. I ain't seen you before.
I'm new.
None of the boys, they ain't seen you before.
Well, I'm new.
Numbers?
Huh?
Work for Andy?
Uh-huh.
South Side?
That's right.
Andy don't operate on the South Side.
He does now.
What do you mean?
He started this morning.
You mean he's taken over the Reed territory?
Figure it out yourself.
Well, that's good news. I'm glad to hear it. They call me Whitey. Like a game of pool?
Sure. They call me Duke.
Reason I cased you first off, we gotta be careful.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll break. 1 ball in the side pocket.
Sure. You're getting hot today, Whitey.
7 in a corner.
How's the numbers going, Whitey?
Fair. Collected nearly 3 G's this week with no hits.
Didn't have to pay out a cent, huh?
Not one. 8 ball on the side. But we gotta operate careful.
Sure.
The newspapers are getting after us.
Sure.
Yeah. This guy Casey over at the Express, him and a reporter named Williams. See the stories they're writing up?
Sure.
That guy Casey's gonna wake up some morning and find himself dead, you know?
Sure.
Glad you dropped in today, pal.
What's up?
This Casey's getting on our necks.
Well, at least we haven't let him know who our boss is yet.
No, we gotta keep our mouths shut. He's a great guy, the boss.
Sure. I never met him.
Great guy.
Sure, I guess so. Bank shot on the 3, huh?
Yeah.
He never comes around here, does he?
The boss in a crumb bum joint like this? Don't be funny. Arthur Matheson is a gentleman.
What do you say today, Whitey?
The word is to take it slow, pal.
Yeah, what's up?
This Williams dame and this Casey on the Express, they're finding out too much.
Like what?
Those stories they write in the Express, the cops will be turning the heat on us. Watch it, pal.
Huh? What?
A cop heading in here.
Hey, watch it. The cop there. Watch it.
Casey. Oh, Casey, I just happened to catch sight of you through the window. Thought I'd say hello. How are you?
Oh, fine.
You're kind of out of your territory down here, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, I was seeing you, Casey. Go on.
A cop called you Casey. Now, ain't that a coincidence? This guy at the Express I was just talking about, he knows a lot of cops, and his name is Casey, too. Casey, huh? Could it be you're the same Casey as that louse on the Express?
What do you think, Whitey?
I think you are.
What do you think I got in this pocket? A handkerchief?
Why, you... This is that newspaper photographer Casey, boys.
Don't move, Whitey. Don't move, anybody. I'm getting out of here. You, get away from that door. You, too. Better. So long, boys. See you later.
So this Casey just backs out of the place and beats it, boss. Mr. Matheson, we couldn't do nothing. He was packing a rod.
He was packing a handkerchief, Whitey.
Huh?
Yeah, the whole story is right here in the Express, see? They call it a clever ruse.
Well, what do you know?
My name is in that story, Whitey.
Yeah, I see.
I'm displeased, Whitey. Very displeased.
I don't blame you, Mr. Matheson.
How did this Casey person learn about me?
Well, he's been hanging around Al's pool hall for a long time, and you know how it is, boss. Some of the boys ain't careful, like me. Some of the boys get a little liquored up and they talk too much.
Yeah. Whitey, remember what happened to that cop that nosed around Al's pool hall 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Now, if we could lure Casey over to the house with the silver door...
Yeah, the silver door. I could call him up with a phony newspaper story.
No, better have Gloria do it.
Yeah, that's better, Gloria.
Have her give him some human interest story about something about, let's see, a kitten that joined a litter of puppies.
Yeah, that's good.
And Whitey...
Yeah, Mr. Matheson.
I note that your receipts have been extraordinarily low for the last few days. You haven't collected much money. Aren't you working, Whitey?
Oh, yes, Mr. Matheson. I'm working hard.
Well, I'd suggest you work harder, Whitey, much harder. Now get going.
Hello, Steve.
What? You? Leave me alone, will you, Whitey?
How much you want to bet tonight, Steve?
I tell you, leave me alone. Just leave me alone.
How about that little farm your mother was planning on, Steve? All you got to do is call the numbers right just once, and it's yours.
Cut it out, Whitey. Please cut it out. I'm taking my pay envelope home tonight, you understand?
Sure. But You're due for a break, Steve. And $20 will pay you $9,000 if you hit it.
I thought you guys was going to be stopped.
$9,000, Steve. There's your farm. What do you say, bet 20?
Okay, $20 on the same number. But this is the last time you're going to make me open my pay envelope. That guy in the paper, that Casey, he'll get you guys, the whole pack of you.
I'll tell you a secret, Steve. Casey's through. The boys at the Silver Door are going to take care of him. Permanent.
Casey, I tell you, it's dangerous. Those boys are out to get you. They're bound to be now.
Oh, sure, Ann,
Well,
but
keep this whole business up, will you? Drop it.
I can't.
Why not?
Well-
Matheson's the head man, and you found that out. Now let the police handle it from now on.
I've just been talking to Logan. The cops haven't got a thing on Matheson. They can't touch him. That's a very sharp guy, that Matheson. He hasn't made any mistakes.
Well, don't you make any. Drop the whole thing while you still can, please.
Oh, excuse me, anyway. Photography, Casey talking. Yeah? Oh, where? Wait a minute. 926. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
What was that?
Gee. Some dame over at 926 Bain Street. She calls me. She's got a great human interest story. A kitten got in with a litter of puppies.
How cute.
That's all I got to worry about. Now, listen, Annie, about
Now,
Matheson.
Casey, please, forget Matheson. Forget the numbers and keep out of danger. Let's cover that puppy story, Casey.
Oh, but Annie,
Please, I'm scared. I'm scared for you. Please.
Okay, Annie, okay. All right, I'll go with you just for a change. I'll take time off to clear my brain. Tell the desk where we're going. I'll get some film for my camera.
Quite sure everything is taken care of, Whitey?
Don't worry, boss. Case you'll be here. Gloria phoned him with that puppy story like you suggested. Mr. Madison.
What?
That's him. That's Casey getting out of that car just across the street.
Oh.
Hey, he's got some dame with him.
Now, don't get excited, Whitey. Remember what we planned. Let them come up the walk and ring the doorbell.
What about the dame?
Well, the lady must suffer sometimes for the comfort she keeps.
Okay.
Now, remember, Whitey. Let him climb the porch step. Let him ring the doorbell. And then we'll deal with Mr. Casey.
This is it, Casey. 926 Bain Street.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Watch it, Annie.
Yeah.
Porch steps are rickety, I guess. What?
Wait.
Oh, Mrs. Polachek.
Oh, Mr. Casey. Mr. Williams, thank goodness I catch.
What's the matter, Mrs. Polachek?
I telephone you paper. They say you come here, so I come.
What for?
To warn.
Warn? What about?
It's danger. Mr. Casey, man on numbers, he mad at you.
Oh, well, that's old news, Mrs. Polachek, but thank you.
Oh, no, wait, listen. My Stevie tell me what man say.
What man?
Name is Whitey, no?
Yeah. Whitey, what'd he say?
Oh, something about Silver Door. Somebody by Silver Door gonna hurt you. How you say, gonna get you. Casey.
Easy, Annie. Silver Door.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Well, you'll stay away from it, whatever it is, and I'll see to that. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Polachek.
Oh,
Yes, thanks for the tip, Mrs.
no,
Polachek.
no, thank me. You just be careful about Silver Door.
Yeah, Silver Door. Sounds like a nightclub.
Well, keep away from nightclubs. Gee. Casey, ring the bell.
Yeah, okay, I was just thinking about Ann.
What?
The door.
What door?
This one, right here.
Casey.
The house with a silver door. Come on, Ann, we're getting out of here fast.
Think they saw us?
I don't know. Quick, get in the car.
Yeah.
Hurry.
I am. Take a look at the house, Ann. See anybody?
No.
What's the matter with this starter?
Casey, the house. Two men are coming out of the house.
Whitey and Matheson.
Get this car going.
Can't. The motor won't start.
What's the matter, Casey? Motor trouble.
Whitey.
That's right. And this here's Mr. Matheson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Casey. I must apologize about your car. An associate of mine, quite mechanically inclined, disconnected a wire or something. Fix it, Whitey, and then we'll get going.
Now, just a minute.
You may drive, Mr. Casey, but you'd better follow instructions. Whitey and I carry more than handkerchiefs in our pockets. Don't we, Whitey, eh?
Take your next left, Mr. Casey, please.
You're not going to get away with this, Madison.
Why not?
Because the cops know I tied you up to the numbers racket.
Go on.
Well, if anything happens to Casey or me, the police will know you're responsible.
Not if anything happens, Miss Williams.
What do you mean?
The police might very well suspect me in a crude case of murder, say, shooting or knifing. But if Mr. Casey happened to drive this car off a cliff...
I'm not likely to drive it off a cliff.
Oh, yes, you are, Mr. Casey. Very likely. In fact, you're going to. No one will ever prove you were knocked out ahead of time, and there will be a smell of liquor about you and Miss Williams. Just an unfortunate case of drunken driving. Accidental death.
Gee, boss, you think of everything.
Well, I try to, Whitey, I try. Keep straight ahead, please, Mr. Casey.
Never make a mistake, do you, Madison?
That's what they say.
But you just made one now.
No, you just did. I said keep straight ahead.
Decided not to.
Hey, boss, he's going kind of fast.
I'm going to go a good deal faster.
Casey, look out. There's a red light.
There was a red light.
Casey, you seem to forget I have a gun and I'll use it if I have to.
I'm driving, Matheson. We're doing 70 right now. Shoot me and we'll all wind up dead.
Hey, boss, it's the cops. What do we do?
Casey, look out!
Boss, I'll grab the wheel. You keep covered.
Get away, you fool.
Give me that wheel.
Whitey, cut it.
Casey!
Casey, another pillow behind your back?
Oh, no, thanks, Ethelbert.
Miss Williams, another pillow under your...
No thanks, Ethelbert.
Gee, you two look terrible.
Got to see the other guys.
Whitey and Matheson?
Yeah, that wise cookie Matheson finally made a mistake.
You mean going driving with you?
I mean, the police finally got a nice long list against him, from violation of the Sullivan Act to attempted murder, plus a confession that he was running the numbers racket.
Oh, speaking of violations, how many red lights did you go through, Casey?
Only about 8. Oh, which reminds me, Annie, do you think Logan can fix a ticket for reckless driving?
I hope not. That'll teach you to slam me into lampposts at 40 miles an hour, I feel like. Well, look who just came in. Hello, Mrs. Polachek. And Steve.
Hello there. Hello, Stevie.
You feel bad, no?
We feel bad, yes.
Oh.
Oh, not really, though. Just a few bruises.
Good. I come with Steve to thank.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't have to thank us.
Oh, yes, there's much to thank. Now, no more numbers. Steve gamble no more. We put money away for farm. And Steve.
Yeah, Ma?
Money, I forget. Give me $3 now for save. So Miss Williams, Mr. Casey can see.
Oh, okay, Ma. Settle for $1.50, Ma?
Steve, you
No, take it easy, Ma. Take it easy.
But Steve, what'd you do with other $1.50?
Well, look, I broke your sugar bowl, remember? And, well, you always like blue, don't you? So I bought a blue sugar bowl to start fresh, Ma.
Oh,
Here.
You are good boy, Stevie. Good boy. Blue sugar bowl no cost $1.50.
Yeah, I know, Ma.
So?
Well, I had to buy some flowers for Miss Williams, didn't I? And a tie for Mr. Casey, didn't I? Just to say thanks, didn't I?
Tonight's adventure was written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Stott Cotsworth played the part of Casey, Jan Miner was Anne, and John Gibson was Ethelbert. Next week, another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What you are about to hear is real.
See you later. Goodbye. See you later, Tommy.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. Tonight you're going to ride with Detective Unit 5-6 on the night watch. Driving, Sergeant Ron Perkins. Partner, Detective Jim Ross.
5-6 in service, starting mileage 12,381. 12,381.
201 to 5-6, mileage 12,381. Detective Unit 5-6 in service on the night watch. Control 1 to car 5-4 at 2938 Stephen Way. That's 2938 Stephen Way. Woman screaming for help. 5-4, your call, code 2.
This is a black sedan. It's like 1,000 other cars on the road. No identification as a police car. We're dressed in plain clothes, sports shirts and overcoats. This is Detective Unit 5-6. And while you're with us tonight, just remember the people you meet are not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6 on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
We're answering an unknown trouble call. Our only information is see the man. It could be anything, and it could be nothing. The district car was tied up, and we're rolling on this call in their place. That's a new housing project out here, and we've had difficulty finding the street. We're on it right now.
53 IS 23035.
In just a matter of seconds now, we'll locate the number. Flashlights along the curbs. It's 26, 22, 18. Here we are. It's the house on the rear of the lot. Wind blowing across here tonight. The man up the walk. Apparently the one we're supposed to contact.
You the one that called the police?
Yes. The lady in the back had a call. All I know is that her little girl has been crying and carrying on in there.
Okay, we'll check it out. Thank you.
The doorway. A lady. A little girl with pigtails hanging on door skirt.
Well, my cat's in the washer, and I can't lose it.
Cat's still alive?
Maybe I heard that wrong.
Still alive.
Sounded like she said the cat was in the washer.
And
Go on the back porch and see what it's all about.
And I couldn't move the doors down the bottom part. I'd pull the hose out, but let me get out of your way.
Okay. How long has he been down there?
2 or 3 hours.
Cat. Apparently
Why?
stuck up
Maybe
the
longer.
agitator of an old-fashioned washing machine.
You're sure it's still in there?
Yes.
Little side panel on the side of these washing machines.
Yes, but you see, I couldn't get to it to unscrew it. That was the trouble.
There must be a little cat to get in. It's got to come out the same way. Why don't you try reasoning with him, Ron? The cat? I can see where the cat went in. Wait a minute. Turn around this way.
Down on his knees.
Sure, where's my flashlight? It's a kitten. It's clear back to the far end of the... Just tied up in there? No. I think the kitten turned it off. Now, wait a minute. Let's see if we can swing it around a little bit more this way. Turned on. Don't turn it on. We'll have this meat or cat meat. And that chrome strip would have to come off the bottom. Or the top.
Come out the little hole.
Oh, he's in here.
Then can't you get out now that you got the washer pulled out?
Should be able to. How do you go about calling her? What's her name?
Tippy.
Tippy? Pepe. Would you mind coming out? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll get out and let's... You can reason with him.
Come on, Tippy. Kitty. Yeah.
Wait, I know. We'll get something for it.
Ever try to get an olive out of a bottle? Sort of our problem.
Look, everybody's afraid. Well, it's a good thing you moved it now and see how dirty it is down there. Come here, Tippy. Kitty. Hey, Tippy. Come here. Come on.
Little cat.
She's about 8 months old. Come on. She's out.
Is she out?
She's out.
Eureka, we made it.
8 months old.
This is a kitten?
We'll put it back in place. Maybe you know what the thing back there was about. I mean, what about it? No, I wouldn't say that.
It does. Let's be frank.
Mission accomplished. Let's get back to work.
I think that'll do it.
Thank you so very, very much.
One thing I can suggest is to put a screen over there.
We're going to. Don't worry about it. That was one thing we discussed at the dinner table tonight. We get that fixed.
Good night now. Good night.
Thank you very, very much.
You bet. Did you record all the statements from that victim?
Meow.
5-6 to 1 on the unknown trouble call. The victim was a pussycat. He's liberated from the washing machine.
Control 1-2, Detective Unit 5-6. Did you say pussycat?
5-6, Roger. Cat was stuck in the washing machine. We're clear now.
1 to 5, 10-4, clear. Congratulations. Stand by, 5-4. We'll have a detective unit meet you. 5-6, come in.
5-6, go ahead.
5-6, meet car 5-4 at 2938 Stephen Way. They are standing by with an assault victim.
5-6, Roger.
1 to 5-4, Detective Unit 5-6 is rolling, and we'll meet you.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. What are your plans for this coming Saturday morning? Working at home, finishing a pair of kitchen curtains, or cleaning out the garage? Will you be taking your family for a drive? No matter where you are, you'll enjoy them when you stay tuned to CBS Radio. Galen Drake is on hand with his friendly chatter and some swell musical talent to aid and abet him. Stuart Foster, Betty Johnson, Three Bows and a Peep, and Bernie Layton in his orchestra. There's a fast-moving show with Robert Q. Lewis, who has Ray Block and his orchestra, Earl Wrightson, Lois Hunt, J.P. Morgan, and Jan Arden to add to the merriment and music. And for drama, there's romance for touching love stories. City Hospital with its glimpses into the lives of doctors, nurses, and patients. Gunsmoke for action-packed adventure, Western style. That's just part of the story every Saturday here at the Star's Address. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
We've been about 15 minutes rolling out here to the west end of town. I remember hearing a call earlier to this address. I believe it was a woman screaming for help. Uniformed cars on the scene and radioed for us to meet them. Apparently they have some trouble. There's the lights of the car parked directly ahead. Yeah, we're hiding in behind. It's a new house. Very modern, beautifully landscaped. Coming down the steps, the uniformed officer, Al Arnold. Let's see what it's all about.
And her boyfriend
who was served 5 years in Quinton for killing his wife, and then attempting to commit suicide, had her out tonight in her car, and said he was going back to Quinton, but before he was going to take her with him, and he beat the livings out of her. And he lives down here on East. He's down here on East Boulevard now. He's supposed to go home to his sister's there. So I thought we'd better bring you in on it.
Yeah, let's talk.
Yeah, she'll tell you everything. She's going to run the complaint, get him all out of circulation.
Move into the house. Have a talk with the victim.
Hi.
Can we ask you some questions?
Inside. Panel tile floors. Walls extensively draped. In the drawing room, victim lying on Chesterfield. Bloody handkerchief to her head.
We went out there and had a few drinks and had dinner together. And I don't know what you want to know.
Well, tell me how the fight started. How he.
There was no fight. The fight started. He wanted to come over here to my place, and I didn't want him to come over here. He's staying over there for his sister-in-law and his brother. So he wanted to come over here, and that's what the argument started, because I didn't want him over here. So he slapped me on the side of the face.
Where was this now? Where were you when this happened?
In front of his sister-in-law's house.
I see.
He was driving the car, but I wanted him to get off there. Mm-hmm. So he says, I know I'm going to go back to San Quentin. So he says, you're going to send me back there. He went in court and got a divorce. He's only been married 2 months, and he got a divorce because his wife filed a complaint against him and said that she was afraid of him doing her bodily harm. But he's telling me how much he loves me, and he just hauls up and hits the side of my head, and he puts my neck over the back of the car, and I just scream. Wouldn't you if you're going to get your neck broke? He says, I killed one, I says I can kill another one.
Has he been up?
5 years.
What for?
Killed his wife.
Did he use anything on you besides his fist or hand?
That's all he needs to use. Look at him looking at me.
How about your teeth? Did you hear any of your teeth anywhere?
No, he just hit me in the top of the head. He put my head over there.
Anywhere in the ribs or anything like that?
No. No.
How did you get back to your place here?
He drove up there in the back in one of his parking lot. And he said, if you scream, I'll kill you. I ran out in the street, and I noticed the gentleman, I don't know who it was, a man or a lady, drove up out in the car. And I said, please call the police. I said, he's going to kill me. And he threw the keys, and he left. He ran.
He didn't take the car, though. He's on foot.
No.
What's he wearing?
He said his sister-in-law's. I just called her.
Right, what's he wearing? What's he wearing?
He had a pair of tan trousers, slacks, and a check coat.
And how old man is he?
He's 57, I think.
57, and how tall is he about?
About 5'10".
5'10". Is he heavy, medium?
No, just medium.
Medium build. Has he ever done this to you before?
Times before.
Has he ever beaten you up as badly as this?
No.
Do you want to sign a complaint on him?
Yes, definitely.
You want to follow through with the arrest and everything like that?
Yes.
Now you understand we will assist you in making the arrest. But you will have to make the arrest, and you will have to sign the complaint and appear against it. So we will assist you and give you protection.
Thank you.
Okay? You want to go with us so we be sure we have the right man then?
I shall. See what I do.
Assisting victim to her feet.
Coat on. It's kind of cold on, right?
Coat on. Heading now for our detective unit.
You know the house when you see it, don't you, ma'am? All right. You live here all by yourself?
Yes.
Pardon me. Take her down. We'll follow her down. We'll meet you down there. Okay?
We have the address of the suspect in this assault. We'll go down and attempt to locate him. Uniformed officer will go along. They'll transport the victim.
it's been drinking. But some of this steadiness is undoubtedly caused by her injury, her black eye, and the cuts and bruises. 5601, work here on the home of the victim of this assault. And in order to question the suspect, car 54 will assist us.
1 to 5, 6, 10 4, Camry 394.
Arriving now at the suspect's home. The victim will stay in the car. 2 uniformed officers to the rear, just in case. Lots of big, tall trees here, the wind blowing through them. We'll go up the front.
Back.
Somebody must be home. Lights?
Police officers, open up, please. Can you come in and talk to you, please?
Moving in. Apparently, sister of suspect.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Is he staying here with you?
Yes.
When did you see him last?
About 23.
Are you here by yourself?
Mm-hmm.
No one else in the house?
No. My husband hasn't come home even.
Do you have any objection if we look around?
No. What's the matter?
Well, we want to talk to him about a little fight that occurred a little while ago with a friend of his. Has he come back at all since?
Well, yes, he's here. He's in bed.
Let's get him out. How about this?
Woman looking a little sheepish.
You go ahead.
Pointing to the bedroom. Moving into a side room.
Howdy.
Flick on the light. Suspect jumping up in bed, shaking his head. He can't believe his eyes.
I'll be sure you don't have a gun or something.
Don't be silly, man. Look how he covers his eyes.
What happened down here?
Oh, she just got drunk. That's all.
Did you hit her?
I just slapped her, but she just told me all the dogs I named in the garage feet now.
What started it?
Well, she just got drunk on me, that's all.
You been drinking tonight, sir?
Yeah, yeah.
How did she get the black eye and the cuts and bruises on her?
Well, I just slapped her, but she just called me more doggone than you can stick a fist at. No, I ain't no
Detective Ross checking, make sure there's no weapons around.
Is this, are you related?
That's my sister.
Did you inform her to tell us that she weren't here?
No.
Why did you do that, ma'am?
Oh, just to protect your eye and the other mind.
Well, I'll tell you, how about getting your clothes on the desk and so I can find out what it's all about?
Sure, I'll be tickled to ask you.
Backed out of bed. Red flowered pajamas. Slipping his trousers over them.
And she just told me all the doggone names you can stick a fist at. She bit me in the finger. That's when I... Sure, I'll be tickled to death to go away.
Perkins checking his coat for any possible weapons. Not that we're suspicious. Just don't take chances.
Yeah, let's take over.
Our man got in his pocket.
Yeah, absolutely we can.
Okay, good enough.
Pick up that finger there.
On into the front room. Outside. The wind is blowing in gusts. For a second it's blowing, and the next second it isn't. Now we're guiding the suspect up to our radio car now. Woman victim leaning out the window.
It's the man that you want placed under arrest.
That's right.
Now you can take her right into, get a crime report from her at the same time. We'll take him in with us.
We'll take the suspect in our car. Head back to the station.
5-4.
Suspect in the back with Ross.
4, repeat.
We'll ride up front.
5-4, coming in with 2 subjects. 1 to side door, 1 to interrogation. Report. 5-4, roger.
That was our other car reporting us clear and into the station.
Get that black eye by herself. Huh? No.
This is the Detective Bureau. Into the office. The victim of the assault. Detective Ross. Officer Arnold assisting. Still badly shaken.
We'd like to find out a little information, if we can, on this situation. Do you understand the seriousness of this charge that you're placing against him?
Yes, I don't want it to be too severe.
Well, we have no say on the penalty at all. We're arresting officers. We're assisting you in making a citizen's arrest. You are the one that will sign a complaint, and then it goes before a judge, and we have nothing to do with it from then on.
Well, when he choked and slapped me and put my head over the back of the seat tonight, he says, I'm going back to San Quentin. And he says, I don't give a... So all I would ask is for him to just leave me alone.
Do you think that he's released now, that he'll give you more trouble?
I don't think so. Because he's afraid.
Well, we want to talk to him a few minutes, and then we'll talk to him.
But I don't think that he should do anything like this to me.
Now, you want to bring him in here? Would you wait outside then for us for a few minutes, please?
Yeah.
We ought to get Lang or somebody to photograph her black eye and her cuts and bruises, just in case we have to have it. Yeah, I'll take that. All right. Now that black eye is getting worse. Yeah, when I first saw it, when I first saw it was just right in this area. I see now it's spreading down.
You plugged it around.
Yeah. So it didn't look like a fresh black eye. But
how he killed his first wife?
Huh? No.
Stuck a gun in her mouth.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not.
Stuck a gun in her mouth?
Yeah. Then he tried to kill himself. See the mark in his throat?
Was it a suicide pact probably? Or?
It must have been. That's what that court's probably figured before they get custody of him.
Come on, sit down over here.
Coming in. Suspect. Short, stocky. Hair streaked with gray. Powerful arms and hands.
How old are you?
57.
How many times have you been arrested?
This is my second time.
Second time? What was the first one for?
Second-degree murder.
And when was that?
1946.
And how much time have you spent?
5 years and 2 months.
What caused your arrest on it? What were the circumstances?
My wife. Like I say, if I have to go back to the penitentiary, I'll go back.
Well, it's too bad you bring it on yourself, though.
No, I didn't bring it on. She helped bring it on.
Well, what happened tonight? How'd the beat start?
No. Like I said.
When you got back there in front of your place is where it started, wasn't it?
No, it started at this...
This bar?
Bar. What's the name of that bar?
I don't know, but I don't care the name of the bar.
Well, it started right there. Well, anyway, we took off, I see. And then we started in front of my sister's place and my brother's place. And she started to cuss me out. So I told her, keep quiet. I says,
why was she cussing you out?
Because she was drunk. She always does.
Okay.
When she gets drunk, she always cuss me out. She called me a wife killer. And she started calling me all different names. So I said, keep quiet, or I'll slap the liver out of you. Which I did. I'll agree with you. I did. I slapped her. Like I say, I'll probably go back to the penitentiary and finish.
How many times did you hit her?
That I wouldn't know. I wouldn't say now. I'm not going to commit myself on that.
How come you didn't control yourself?
Well, I just couldn't. I don't know why.
You just didn't say, good night, I'm going home.
Well, I just couldn't.
You're in love with her?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm in love with a woman. You can say that again.
You going to marry her? You going to marry her?
I would, yes, if she would.
Well, let's see what happens. Bob, in the meantime, you want to put him in the detention cage down. You want to
Well, what's the odds, Perk? Do you think she'll sign a complaint?
We can't make an arrest without one. And based on past experience, she probably won't even sign a complaint. We'll have to turn him loose. Yeah, could be.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations were recorded as they actually occurred. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
As you toured the night watch tonight, I think we agree the first case of the cat stuck in the washing machine needs no further explanation. But a little humor in any profession has always proved good for morale. The final case of the woman who was a victim of an assault is a graphic example of a real police problem. A uniformed car and a detective unit were tied up for 3.5 hours during this investigation when sufficient facts were made evident to arrest the suspect. The victim, however, refused to sign a complaint. Since the officers were not present during the assault, they had no authority to make an arrest without the signed complaint of the victim. As you tour the night watch each week in Detective Unit 5-6, it's important to remember that this is just one crew in one car in one city. All over the nation, thousands of cars, thousands of crews are patrolling the streets day and night in sweltering and freezing weather. This is our job. This is your security. To give you a realistic, factual account of how your law enforcement agencies work is the reason for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Now listen, Wanda, stop interrupting me and let me finish. I didn't call you on the telephone to listen to you. Your husband has walked out on you, and it's a good thing. I'll buy him off so that he'll stay away and never come back. That's the least I can do for my niece. And another thing. Oh, hold the phone. There's somebody at the door. Wait a minute. People, if they aren't annoying you, they're interrupting you. Well?
Mr. Wilkins, I made you some soup, and I thought you'd like to have
You thought, did you? That's a fine thing. Serves me right. I say good morning to my neighbor once, and she thinks she can barge in here any time she likes.
Well, I wasn't barging in, Mr. Wilkins. I'm not. It's raining. I know you won't go out, so I wanted to see if you'd like some of the soup I made.
Soup you made. You said all that when you knocked on the door and I opened it.
Yes.
I was talking to my niece on the telephone, and you interrupted me.
But
For no reason. I don't want any soup. I hate soup.
Oh, all right, but I
But
didn't...
nothing. Now get out of here and stay out. Can't a man have some privacy in his own apartment?
Well, certainly, but all I did...
Goodbye. Now, you listen to me, Wanda. Better still, you come over here right away, and I'll tell you the rest of what I have to say in person. I know it's pouring, but you won't get too wet. Better hurry, though, while I still feel like helping you. What a night this is. Really a night for a murder. Night for a murder.
Mr. Markham, you know all about my uncle's death that I can tell you. I called the police when I heard the shot over the telephone as he was talking to me.
I know, Mrs. Taylor. Sometimes my job as district attorney isn't so very pleasant like now. Now, there are several things you can tell me about your uncle that might help us find out who killed him.
Well,
Oh, Vance, come in. Vance, this is Mrs. Wanda Taylor, niece of the man who was murdered. It was his death. I asked you to come down and help investigate.
Hello, Mrs. Taylor. My deepest sympathies.
Thank you.
Vance, this is the situation. Mrs. Taylor's uncle, David Wilkins, was talking to her on the telephone when he was interrupted by a neighbor, a widow living next to him. She had made him some broth, but he didn't want any, and he returned to the telephone. We have her testimony to that effect.
I see. Have you anything to add to that, Mrs. Taylor?
No. I was talking to my uncle when I heard a shot over the telephone, and our connection was broken immediately.
When the phone dropped to the floor, Vance, it smashed part of the mechanism.
Understandable enough. You called the police from your telephone, Mrs. Taylor?
Yes. They said to meet them at my uncle's place, and I did. It didn't take long, and when I arrived, a policeman was already there.
The officer on the beat heard the shot, ran up, and found Mr. Wilkins was still alive. Wilkins said he didn't know who shot him. All he knew was that he was talking on the phone to his niece when his killer walked in.
And that, I imagine, is all we know about the case.
Yes.
Mrs. Taylor, what were you talking to your uncle about?
Well, I don't think that's any of your...
Mrs. Taylor?
It was personal. Very personal.
So is murder.
Well, my husband walked out on me 3 days ago. My uncle was saying it was a good thing, that he was going to buy him off.
Your uncle had money.
A lot. And I was his only living relative.
I'm sorry, but he had 2 heirs.
Oh, I told you.
I know what you said, but you are still married, and your husband automatically owns half of what was left you, unless otherwise specified in a will.
Oh...
I think the first thing we ought to do is find this husband of yours, Mrs. Taylor.
Before we find the murderer, Vance?
It's quite possible, Markham, that when we find Mr. Taylor, we'll also be apprehending Mr. Wilkins' killer at the same time.
While the police comb the city to try to find him, high police officials believe the killer of David Wilkins will be apprehended shortly, although they admit they have little...
Turn that darn thing off, will you, Betty?
All right, George, don't get excited.
I'm not excited.
I know. You always yell like that. What's the matter? You unhappy because you packed in the niece of that dead guy?
I don't know what the matter is.
You got something to gripe about. I got something to gripe about. I came here to your new apartment this morning, worked all day marketing because the stores wouldn't deliver. I cleaned this place for you. You're complaining.
Yeah. Take it easy, Betty.
Take it easy. I'm too tired to do anything else. Georgie, what's the matter with you? You want to go back to your wife. Is that it?
That isn't it, and you know it. If I never see Wanda again, that's okay with me. I'm nervous. I want to get out of here. I think the cops might come looking for me.
What for? You didn't kill her uncle, did you?
Now, look, I'm going to leave town. I'll be a good kid and throw some of my things in a bag for me, will you?
How long are you going away for?
Not long. Just till this blows over.
Oh, okay, I'll help you. How many shirts you want?
2 or 3. I'll travel light and buy some stuff if I need it.
Okay. Why don't you get on the phone and get a train reservation?
I'll go by bus.
Okay, go anywhere you like. Only, Georgie...
Yeah, what is it?
Don't forget to come back. 3
Uh-huh.
shirts, that ought to be...
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, listen, what are you going to do when I'm away? Going back with Big Johnny Dale?
I don't know. Depends on how long you stay away, Georgie.
What's the matter with you? You act like you found a bottle of poison or something in my dresser drawer.
Poison, Georgie?
Yeah.
Maybe you better not leave town because maybe I found something a whole lot more deadly than that.
Hey, you're in great shape, Mr. Dale. I can't hardly lay a glove on you.
You learned me good, Sammy. I was 20 years younger. Maybe I could be a professional. Huh?
Sure, only you and one scrap in the ring. That's how I started. Now look at me, broken down ex-pug who keeps guys like you in shape.
I take care of you, don't I?
Oh, yeah, sure. No complaint. You tested with that one.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Hold it, Sammy. Somebody's at the door.
Glad to hold it, Mr. Dale. Glad to do it. Hey, you better throw that rope over your shoulders when you open that door. It might be a drag.
Good idea, Sammy. Very good idea.
Hello, Johnny.
Betty, baby, come on in.
Yeah. Johnny, I got to talk to you alone.
Sure, Betty. Hey, Sammy, scram, will you?
Sure, Mr. Dale.
What's going on, Betty? What's got you so upset?
Johnny, I need help. I want a favor.
You coming back to me?
No, Johnny, not right now. Don't ask me to come back. Wait till I come back by myself. Because if I ever come back that way, I'll stick.
Well, you got something there, Betty, baby. Okay, I won't press it. Tell me what's on your mind.
Johnny, you know anything about the killing of that David Wilkins guy yesterday?
Only what I read about it. Why?
Well, this Wilkins was talking to his niece when he was killed. His niece is married to a guy named Taylor, only he walked out on her a couple of days before.
Yeah?
That's the guy I'm running around with, Johnny.
Well, that's a nice, pretty picture. Where do I fit in it?
You fit in like this.
Hey, kid, that gun. Put it away.
No.
What do you want to point a gun at me for?
I'm sorry. Here, I want you to take it. Wilkins was killed with a .38. Here's a .38 I found in this guy Taylor's dresser drawer. One shot's been fired. Take care of the gun for me, Johnny.
So that's the pitch, huh?
Yeah.
Your boyfriend knocked off the uncle, stashed the gun in his dresser, and you found it.
Yeah.
You found it, and you bring it to me to see that it gets lost. You got a lot of nerve, Betty.
I got a lot of confidence, Johnny. You'll do it for me, won't you?
I don't know. I'm not sure. This sticks me in the middle of something that ain't my business. You know that.
I don't want that gun kicking around. This boyfriend of mine wanted to blow town, only I talked him into staying for a little while. But he wouldn't know how to duck a hot rod, and you would.
Yeah, I'd know. The cops looking for this new guy of yours?
Not that we know of. Only he's afraid of something.
Well, he ought to be afraid of me. After all, he took my girl away.
He didn't take. She went to him.
Well, I guess that's right. Well, okay, Betty, baby. I'll take the gun.
Oh.
And I'll get rid of it.
You got a big heart, Johnny.
And a soft head. Imagine me making sure a guy don't take a murder rap so that my girl can still have him.
Mrs. Taylor, our purpose here in your apartment is not to ply you with questions or to make you uncomfortable. You understand that.
I know, Mr. Vance.
We haven't announced it to the papers, but we're trying to find your husband. So far, we haven't had any luck.
Oh?
That's the reason Sergeant Heath is inside searching your bedroom.
I understand. He's looking for something that might give you an idea as to where my husband might be.
Exactly. Excuse me just a moment.
Certainly.
Find anything, Heath?
No, not yet, Vance, but I'm still looking.
Keep at it, please, Heath.
Don't worry.
Now, Mrs. Taylor, I want to know anything that you can tell us that might be a clue as to where your husband is.
I haven't any idea. I've given you his picture. I've told you I'm pretty sure there's another woman involved. But naturally, I wouldn't know who she is.
Naturally. I want to thank you for being so honest with us. I don't
Vance,
know.
I found the gun. I found the murder gun.
What?
Here it is, Vance, a .38, one bullet missing. I'll bet my badge it's the murder gun.
Chances are you're right.
Well, where did you find that gun?
Listen to her. Where did I find that gun?
Yes.
I found it where you tried to hide it after killing your uncle in a hat box back on a closet shelf.
Somebody planted it there. I never saw that gun before. Somebody put it there, I tell you.
Oh, sure.
Well, Vance, tell him I couldn't have killed my uncle. Tell him I was talking to him on the telephone when he was shot. Tell him that gun must have been planted.
You don't have to tell me. I know from the dying man's own testimony that he was talking to you on the phone when he was shot.
Oh, well then.
Look, all I know is I got a gun here that looks to me like the murder weapon. And, Vance, I got a right to take Mrs. Taylor here downtown.
I'm not stopping you, Heath.
I'm stopping myself. I don't know how she could have done it. And you know something? I don't care. All I know is I've got the gun, and I'm pretty sure it's the gun that did the job. Now all I got to do is find out who fired it.
Well, it wasn't I. You know I couldn't have fired it.
We do, Mrs. Taylor?
Yes.
I don't agree with that at all.
Well,
now I'm mixed up good. What am I supposed to do now, Vance?
Take the gun to headquarters and check it, of course.
And what are you going to be doing all that time, Vance?
Trying to find two things, Mrs. Taylor.
Yes?
One is your husband, and the other is a way that you might have murdered your uncle.
Take a look, Sergeant Heath.
Yeah?
The bullet we fired out of the gun you found in Mrs. Taylor's place and the bullet we took out of the body of her uncle are both under this microscope. Take a look.
Sure, I'll take a look. That was the idea of me bringing you those two bullets. The markings are pretty close, wouldn't you say?
Close? No, they're not close, Sergeant Heath.
fine guy we got in charge of the police laboratory. I'm looking at the 2 bullets. I see the markings, and he says they're not close.
I looked at them, too, when I set the microscope for you.
And you still say those markings are not close?
They're not close at all, Sergeant Heath. They are identical. Without any question, the gun you found in Mrs. Taylor's apartment is the gun that murdered her uncle.
This is District Attorney Markham. The thundering murder case opened with the finding of the body of David Wilkins, killed during a rainstorm in his apartment. Investigation proved that he was talking on the telephone to his niece, Wanda Taylor, at the time of his death, and Mrs. Taylor's husband is missing. Philo Vance believes that Taylor might be an important factor in this case, and so do I. But while we're searching for him, Sergeant Heath has found the murder gun in Mrs. Taylor's apartment. Vance and I are in my office, and we have decided...
Despite the evidence of the gun in Mrs. Taylor's place, Markham, I still want to find George Taylor, her husband.
And for a very good reason, Vance. Mrs. Taylor couldn't possibly have killed her uncle. Even though she did gain appreciably through his death, he left everything to her.
Yes, I know. But I don't agree that she couldn't have killed him. At the moment, I don't see how she could have done it, but it's possible she might have.
Everything is possible, of course. But there certainly is nothing to support the theory that she's guilty, Vance.
I agree with that, too. And I know you agree that we ought to do something about finding George Taylor. This is the photograph Mrs. Taylor gave me.
Yes, I've seen it. Taylor was quite good-looking.
Perhaps too good-looking, Markham. But I don't care half as much what he looks like as I do where he is.
There's nothing in the photograph that would tell us that.
No. I just noticed something. Look at what's on his lapel.
That emblem?
Mm-hmm.
That's an indication that he's a member of some kind of a club or an order of some sort, isn't it?
Yes, that's the Roster Club emblem.
Roster Club?
Yes. Let me see now. Taylor doesn't know we're looking for him, does he?
Why, no. You asked me not to tell that to the newspapers.
Good. Now, so far as Taylor knows, his wife never indicated to us that he walked out on her. Therefore, there'd be no reason for him to be in hiding, would there?
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
I'm sure you do. If Taylor belongs to the Roster Club, and apparently he does, and inasmuch as he wears the emblem in his lapel, he's probably an active member, there's no reason why he wouldn't attend a meeting, is there?
None that I know of.
In fact, the chances are he would attend a meeting just to keep up appearances, just so nobody would suspect that there was any reason he didn't attend. A reason such as a split-up between him and his wife.
Vance, I think you've done it again. I think your logic has enabled us to find Taylor. You know, it sounds incredible that sitting at this desk with me, you could indicate where a missing man might be.
I should have used that logic yesterday. Then perhaps he wouldn't have had a chance to plant that gun in his former apartment, if he planted it.
Well, what's our next step?
Check the Roster Club. Find out when their next meeting's to be held. And at its conclusion, you and I will be waiting outside to pick up George Taylor.
Look, Georgie, everything is all right. I'm sure it is.
Oh, you're sure it is?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's all I need. Thanks, Betty. I'm glad you're sure. I'm not. I still think I should have gotten out of town.
But why? Nobody's after you. You could stay here.
Oh, sure. But sooner or later, that wife of mine is going to tell the police I walked out, and they'll come looking for me.
Oh, no, they won't, darling.
Oh, yeah?
And if they do, they won't find anything. Why don't we go to the movies, huh?
No.
Oh, we could take a walk, maybe.
I don't want to walk.
Then what do you want to do?
I'm not sure. You know, there's a meeting in my club tonight. I ought to go show my face.
Well, then why don't you?
I don't know what I want to do. Can't make up my mind. All I'm sure of is that whatever I decide to do, it's going to be the wrong thing.
It's almost 11 o'clock, Markham. That Roster Club meeting ought to be breaking up any minute now.
We could have gone into the club rooms to see if Taylor was there.
Yes, but this way is just as easy and a whole lot less conspicuous. We'll stay here in my car and spot our man when he comes out.
If he comes out. Vance, I can't help feeling that there's someone else involved in this case that we don't know about.
It's very possible. But one thing you know about a murder case is that anything is liable to happen. A murderer kills and does his best.
Vance, look. There are men coming out of that building now.
Look closely, Markham. We don't want to miss our man.
Maybe we'd better get out of the car.
Might be advisable. Let's wait. There he is.
You're right. What do we do now?
Call his name. He'll come over here.
Very well. Oh, Taylor. George Taylor!
He's looking around.
Over here, Taylor. Here we are.
Who, me?
So far, so good. He's headed this way.
Did you call my name?
Why, yes, we did. Get in, Mr. Taylor.
Who are you?
I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
We want to talk to you.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm getting
Wait a
over
minute,
this.
Mr. Taylor. Running away won't do you any good.
Now, look.
The police would pick you up in a few hours. Right now, this is not an official invitation. But don't you think you ought to take a ride with us?
I'm pretty good with this punching bag, huh, Vance?
Not bad, Dale.
Oh, I suppose you could do better.
I don't know. I haven't tried in years.
Well, go ahead and try. Here, take a crack at it. Let's see you make it do tricks.
All right, Dale.
Yeah, you're all right.
Thank you. Now let's see how all right I am at finding out what I want to know about you.
I knew this wasn't a social call, but if it's business, Vance, you better talk to my lawyer. That's what I pay him for.
I want to talk to you, Dale, not him. And I want you to listen.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes.
What happens if I don't?
If I were you, I wouldn't try to anticipate that possibility.
You're tough, aren't you?
Yes.
Vance, remember, maybe you're pretty good with a punching bag, but a punching bag can't hit back.
That's one of the reasons I gave up using it. Now, Dale, look. I think you're mixed up in the killing of David Wilkins. What's more, I'm going to...
What were you saying before I rudely interrupted you?
Never mind what I was saying before. Let me say one thing right now, and that's thanks. Thanks for giving me reason to do something I've wanted to do ever since I saw you.
Oh. Hey,
Get up, Dale.
I'm pretty comfortable down here.
Stay there, then, but tell me this. What do you know about the Wilkins murder?
Nothing. Not a thing. I never met the old guy.
You know a girl named Betty Steele?
Sure, I know her very well. What about it?
She's going now with a man named George Taylor. Taylor's still married to Wilkins' niece. We picked him up last night, and he told us about Betty and you. If you framed Taylor, maybe you'd get your girl back.
You know, you've got something there, Vance. I wonder why I wasn't smart enough to think of that.
I wonder if you were.
Who is it? Me, Markham. Sergeant Heath. You sent for me.
Yes, come in. Hello, Heath.
Hi, D.A. What's up?
I just heard from Philo Vance. Here's a list of people he wants you to round up and bring to his office this afternoon.
Okay. Mrs. Taylor, Betty Steele, Big Johnny Dale, George Taylor. Where do I find Taylor?
I'll give you his address. He gave it to us after we met him outside his club last night.
Okay, Markham. I'll get the boys right on this. That all?
Yes, Heath. Only according to Vance. That'll be enough.
I want to thank all of you for coming here to my office.
It's nothing.
Don't thank me. Cops practically dragged me here.
I'll thank Sergeant Heath when he comes in for that. You, Mr. Taylor, and Miss Steele.
Yeah?
I'm glad to see you both.
Well, at least somebody's glad we're here.
And Mrs. Taylor, I think I can promise you that your uncle's murder will be solved in a very few moments.
I hope you're right, Mr. Vance.
To begin with, Dale.
Yeah?
Where were you the night Wilkins was killed? I'll help you. It was this Monday night at 8 o'clock.
I knew you'd ask me that, Vance.
Really?
I was out at a driving range knocking out some golf balls. I like to keep in shape.
Thank you. Miss Steele, where were you?
I was watering the lawn in front of my own house.
Mr. Taylor?
I went out for a walk.
Hi, Vance.
Oh, come in, Sergeant Heath.
Here's that report you asked for. I just got it from the bureau.
Thank you, Heath. I have here a weather report for this territory on the murder night. Oh, Mrs. Taylor, I'm afraid I overlooked asking you where you were.
You know where I was. I was at home talking to my uncle on the telephone when the shot was fired.
Of course. Now, everybody listen. This weather report states that there was a thunderstorm Monday night. Yet Mr. Dale, Mr. Taylor, and Miss Steele all say they were doing things which they wouldn't be doing in the rain.
Listen, I'm telling the truth.
Just a moment. The thunderstorm I talked about took place only in a very small district. That isn't too rare a phenomenon with storms. Sometimes it rains on one block and not on the next.
Sure, I've seen that myself.
Thank you, Heath. Now, everybody, let me tell you all that the storm in this one particular neighborhood doesn't explode your alibis. It's possible you were all doing what you claimed.
Oh, that's nice.
Mr. Vance, you promise you tell me which of these people killed my uncle. Which one did?
One question more, please.
Well, all right.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
You knew David Wilkins.
Sure.
Ever talked to him?
Talk to him? Nobody could ever talk to him. All you could do was listen. The guy talked a blue streak. He never stopped. You couldn't get a word in edgewise once he started.
That's true, Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, I suppose so.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Thank you for telling me that you killed your uncle and how you did it. First of all, Markham, I got all our suspects together so that I could hear their alibis. None of them mentioned rain, therefore none of them was in the neighborhood of the murder when Wilkins was killed.
Unless they were lying.
People don't lie about their alibis, Markham. It's too easy to explode a lie, and a lie is much too definite an indictment against a suspect in the event that we prove his story false. No, I was sure they were all telling the truth.
Let's take that slower, eh?
Very well. We know it was raining in Wilkins' neighborhood when he was shot.
Yes.
If any of the suspects were in that neighborhood, naturally they would have denied killing the old man, but they would have mentioned something about rain.
Oh.
They wouldn't know it wasn't raining in other sections of the city.
I understand now, but Vance, Mrs. Taylor was on the telephone with her uncle when the shot was fired. She was at home. We're sure of that.
Yes, but do you know where her home was, Markham? Less than a block from Wilkins' apartment. She told us that in your office right after the murder.
That's right.
What happened was this. Her uncle called her. She let him talk, ran over to his place, and shot him, knowing that once he started, he'd talk for at least a minute, and she could be there and back by then in time to call the police.
We know her motive, of course, but what about the murder gun? What happened to that?
That was the only complicated part of this case, Markham. In making her confession, she said she followed her husband one day when she happened to see him on the street after he walked out. He went to his new apartment, and she broke in there later to plant the gun.
Which was found later in her husband's apartment by his new girl.
Right. Betty Steele found it, gave it to Johnny Dale. This Dale told me just a little while ago. You see, Betty thought that Taylor had killed Wilkins, so she wanted Johnny to get rid of the gun. He, of course, planted it in Mrs. Taylor's apartment, where Heath found it.
Well, that gun really did some traveling around, didn't it?
No more than I did on this case. Only I went in circles until I got all our suspects together.
It's funny how a situation develops, isn't it, Vance?
Yeah.
After all, this seemed like such an ordinary murder at the beginning.
Yes, it did. And it turned out so unusual at the end of the thundering murder case.
Calling all detectives. I've met a lot of frightened men, but I once had a client who was so terrified that he even had me searched. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Listening to these stories from my casebook, you may have the idea that I, Jerry Browning, private detective, solve every case I get. Far from it. Among my clients at one time or another, I've numbered some men who are pretty hard to get at. But when Hollis Redding phoned me to come and see him, and his secretary let me into an anteroom, I had the new experience of being frisked.
I'm sorry, Mr. Browning, but Mr. Redding insists that every person be searched for concealed weapons before being admitted. You can go in now.
Hollis Redding was a 120-pound man sitting behind an 800-pound desk. He jumped up as I entered.
Browning, did Frank Carter search you before he let you in to see me?
If you mean your secretary, yeah, he did.
Then why didn't he press the alarm button when he found your gun?
He didn't find my gun. Take it easy, Mr. Redding. It's not his fault. I just don't happen to have a gun on me.
Oh, well, it's all right then. Sit down, Browning.
Look, Mr. Redding, I don't know what your trouble is, but believe me, it won't seem nearly as serious after you talk about it. Redding blinked rapidly.
Yes, I will trust you. Mr. Browning, somebody wants to kill me. I don't know who it is or why he wants to do it. Oh, I suspect everybody, even Carter. Mr. Browning, please save my life.
A wealthy man was so afraid of being killed that he ordered every visitor searched before admitting him to his office. Redding took a sheaf of letters from his desk drawer.
Here are the death threat letters I received, Mr. Browning.
I pulled the letters over to me. I'll read them a bit later. What else has happened?
At least twice somebody has fired at me. Once while I was going from my car to my house. Another time while I was walking in the grounds. There have been near accidents, heavy objects falling close to me here at the plant, almost being run over in the street. As many as a dozen different kinds of attempts on my life.
Have you reported this to the police? Redding grimaced.
Yes, I did. They made an investigation, found nothing.
I nodded, glanced through some of the threatening letters. Mr. Redding, these letters don't look like the work of the same person.
That's what the police said. Browning, I don't care who wrote the letters. Maybe it's a plot. Find out who wants to kill me, and I'll pay you $100.
Mr. Redding, my minimum fee is $40 a day plus expenses. I'll do my best, but my fee is not contingent upon results. Redding winced, finally agreed to hire me for a week, and at my insistence gave me a $200 retainer fee. Back at my office, I examined the death threat letters carefully. They made no sense whatever. There were over 30 of them on all kinds of stationery, bearing post office marks scattered over a wide area. Some letters typed, others in clumsily disguised handwriting, both masculine and feminine. A few letters even had mysterious designs crudely drawn on the paper. Late that afternoon, I telephoned Redding. I want a job in your plant, Mr. Redding. No, I don't want you to recommend me. Just tell me some department where you know they're short-handed and it doesn't require any special skill. The shipping room? Okay. You'll hear from me. Redding's company manufactured and shipped novelties to all parts of the country. I got a job there as an assistant shipping clerk, and it wasn't long before I heard, "Hey, Joe, has Flint Puss been getting any more letters lately?" "I don't know, but if he didn't, he should." "Okay, maybe it can be arranged." I could have grabbed the two clerks then and there, but the thing seemed so easy, practically falling into the solution of a case, that I decided to wait a bit. It was a good thing I did, because during the lunch hour that same day at a diner near the plant, I sat next to two men whose conversation identified them as bookkeepers for Redding and Company. After a while, they stopped talking shop and...
"Do you know, I've been thinking. The effect of that last letter is just about worn off, Mr. R. He's overdue for another."
That still wasn't all. Late that afternoon, I heard a truck driver telling one of the girls from the invoice department,
"Listen, Toots, if you got a real sizzler to send Redding, give it to me. I'll mail it from down the line."
I was reasonably sure I could find other letter writers within his plant, but I didn't bother to report back there the next morning. What I aimed to do was widen the scope of my inquiry.
Yep, been gardener for Redding nigh into 40 years. Longest anybody ever held a job. Meanest cuss who ever lived, that man. Well, sure I get a rifle. Shoot it at gophers and any other pests I happen to see around.
Mr. Redding resigned his membership in this club some time ago. He felt that we were not compatible. He accused me of deliberately throwing a banana peel on the sidewalk before the club. Deliberately, mind you. By now, I had a pretty good idea of what was going on. But the payoff came when I checked the handwriting on one letter against samples of the handwriting of Redding's own secretary, the man who'd searched me for a gun. Yeah, the handwriting matched. I walked into Redding's office, put some money on his desk. "I've worked 3 days, Mr. Redding. $120. I can't solve the case, which means you have an $80 refund coming. That is.
You mean there's no help for me? I must die?
I don't think you'll die. Those letters are harmless. As for the accidents, You imagine part of them, the rest are practical jokes. Except that those jokes can backfire. Mr. Redding, everybody hates you. Your employees, your associates, even those who used to be your friends. My guess is that somebody wrote you the first letter as a joke. You made so much fuss about it that others took up the idea, elaborated on it, added near accidents to frighten you further. What happens beyond this point is up to you. If you humanize your behavior and stop acting frightened, the letters and the rest of it will cease. Otherwise, one of these days, somebody will carry the joke too far, and you'll be just as dead as though he'd meant to kill you. It's entirely up to you. Well, that's a case I didn't solve, strictly speaking. But Redding must have decided I made sense, because about a year later I saw a picture of him at a company picnic. And people were actually smiling. So I guess he worked things out along the lines I suggested. Like I said, it isn't always necessary to solve a case. Sometimes you do better by removing the cause of the crime.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica present
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. One of the real tragedies in some criminal histories, ladies and gentlemen, is the exaggerated role minor circumstances play in the making of a transgressor. In tonight's unusual case of spring fever, for example, it is apparent that insignificant factors, a mood, a normal impatient yearning for success, and a spring night, all combine to help make a criminal. We begin at dusk in a large park here in the center of our city.
Nicky.
Yeah.
Feel the grass. Oh, isn't it wonderful?
Huh?
When you run your hand through it, I mean, it's almost like velvet.
You'll catch cold lying on the ground like this, Mary.
No, I won't. Couldn't on a night like this. The city seems a million miles away.
Only a block.
I know, but it seems that way. Oh, listen. Hold my hand, Nicky.
Mary, listen a minute.
After we're married, or when we have children, I mean, I'm going to bring them over here every night. This same spot.
Mary, I saw Deuce Wilton today.
Nicky, you promised. You know what he is. He's trouble. He even has a police record.
Listen, Mary, you got to understand this. Deuce Wilton and I, well, we...
Nicky, tell me. Tell me quick. I'm scared all over. Nicky?
Don't get mad, honey. We got some money, that's all, this afternoon.
What?
Enough for everything. We can get married, fix up your old lady's arm, take a trip even. Why, we...
What did you do? Tell me, Nicky. Tell me now.
We stuck up a filling station.
Oh.
Well?
Is there more, Nick? I want to know it all.
More?
What else, Nick?
The filling station guy is dead.
All right, Brophy.
string that line along the driveway. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, Chief.
About Harrington?
Well, we got the ropes up, Chief. This whole side of the gas station is closed to traffic.
Oh, good. Has the lab truck arrived yet, Miss Miller?
Yes, it has, Chief. Oh, and the medical examiner wants to know if he can take the body downtown.
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Okay.
We have all the measurements, haven't we, Harrington?
That's right, Chief. And pictures, too. I had Ray shoot from all the angles.
Fine. All right, then, we'll let the lab crew go to work on the driveway here.
Why, did you find something, Chief?
Well, you never know in a case like this. Tire marks, pieces of broken glass, even the oil that dripped out of the car is standing here at the pumps. It's just as well to cover everything.
Check. The diagrams ought to be easy, though, Chief. As I see it, the car pulled off the street and stopped right here in front of this gas pump.
Yes, I was just going over that. The attendant was inside the office, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right, Chief. According to the dame across the street, he was.
She's here, Miss Miller?
The witness?
Yes.
Yes, Ted's with her inside.
All right, I'll talk to her in just a moment. We're agreed then, Harrington. The attendant came out of the office, approached the car about here.
Yeah, that's right. That's my guess, Chief. One of the men must have got out of the car right here where the chalk mark is and backed him up to the office door.
Yes, and then opened the cash drawer. Oh, how much did they get, incidentally?
Well, Mac's checking the ledgers, Chief. About $400, he thinks.
Oh, as much as that.
Yeah, that's right, Chief. It was just before they changed shifts in these stations, you know. The whole 8 hours take was in the drawer.
Yes, I see. This is the spot here where the attendant was shot down.
Mm-hmm. Where the red chalk is, Chief. I figure he must have made a move maybe toward that phone, and maybe the bums got nervous.
Yes, that seems likely. And now, what about that witness, Harrington? Anything at all?
Nothing positive on the car, Chief. A black sedan, she says. No make.
License?
She didn't look.
She does have a good description of one of the men. There were two in the car.
Oh.
And the one was considerably younger than the other, she says.
Well, let's get her story then, Harrington. I want to know where she was standing, what she saw, and, oh, yes, if she can point out either of the men in the file.
Well, she's waiting, Chief.
Good. We'll get right down to work.
Second, little girl. Hey, Nick, get this now. Get this inning.
It's swell, Deuce.
Mr. Wilton, you've got to talk to me.
This is your girl, huh, Nick?
I told you about Mary, Deuce. We're going to get married. Howie, honey.
Nice-looking kid. Only, you made a mistake, Nick.
Me? What do you mean, Deuce? I don't get you.
I made Nicky bring me here, Mr. Wilton. I want to talk to you.
Hold it, Bright Eyes. Look, Nick. Look at the tip of my nose. Come on, look close.
Yeah?
Well, what? No harm, Nicky. That's just so you'll remember. I told you not to bring anybody up here.
You don't have to hit a guy, Deuce. Mary made me bring her.
Yeah? Well, what for, Blue Eyes?
Because Nicky's in trouble, that's why. You killed a man this afternoon, didn't you? Yes, and I won't let Nicky get mixed up in it.
Mary, will you shut up?
Lay off, Nick. Go on, little girl. Talk some more.
There's no more to say. I just want you to keep away from Nicky, that's all. Oh, yes, and he's going to give you back his share of the money.
Oh, well, that's real nice of him now, isn't it?
Go on, Nicky. Give it back to him.
Deuce, listen, she's excited.
Clam up. You're just a little late, you know, little girl. Nicky is mixed up with me. Plenty mixed up.
He didn't kill anybody. You did.
Oh, you know that, too, huh? You get more mixed up all the time, Nick. Oh, before I forget, I got a little present for you.
Nick, that's a gun.
Deuce,
No need to get excited here. It's for you.
What?
Go on, take it.
Nicky, don't.
Take it, I said. And as for you, kid, get lost. You think the cops don't want you, Nicky, just because I did the shoot?
But I don't...
We're partners, sister, right up to here.
Oh, Nicky, he can't do this to you. He can't.
Get lost, I said. I got another job lined up, Nick. We'll pull it off as soon as I get the junk case.
Another gas station?
Yeah, cinch. I figure... Well, what are you staring at?
This isn't true. It can't be. Nicky, come on.
He ain't going, Mary. As a matter of fact, neither are you.
Deuce, now wait.
Don't look so scared, Nick. I just forgot to tell you, that's all, about your girl here.
About me?
Yeah. We're putting you to work, Bright Eyes. Starting with this gas station today. You put on an alert, Harrington?
Citywide, Chief. Was on the wire at noon.
Good. We may be wrong, of course, but if experience is ripe, this pair will try another job and soon.
Sure, Chief. Like that gang a few weeks back, they knocked over 4 liquor stores, and the 5th one, we nailed it.
Yes, I was thinking of that. Or the Garrettson couple.
Oh, yeah, John and Kay. Same thing, Chief. They specialized in bus drivers.
Excuse me.
Yes.
That artist is here with the first draft.
Oh, thank you, Miss Miller. Ask him to wait.
Honest, Chief? What's more?
Well, it's the usual. I had one of the men in the drafting room talk to that witness. He's doing a sketch from her description.
Oh, good. Everything helps, Chief. Me, I'll just keep looking for bums around filling stations.
Yes.
Hello?
Now, the woman's hazy on some important details, but I thought we'd try her on a few sketches before we go any further.
All right.
Then there are the lab reports from the filling station itself.
All right.
I'll go over those this afternoon.
Say, Chief?
Yes, Miss Miller, what is it?
That was the 19th precinct.
Yes?
They just got a report on the Green Top filling station in their district.
Yeah, what report, Miss Miller?
Oh, it's not a holdup, Harrington. But the station attendant was warned this morning. You know, they all were.
Well, for Pete's sake, will you get to the point?
Well, I'm trying to, Harrington. This attendant says a man has been hanging around his station since noon.
Harrington.
I got you, Chief. If that joint's going to be cased, we're in.
Nicky, please stop the car, please, honey.
That's it up ahead, Mary. See? The Green Top service station. Deuce said it'd be quiet.
We can't do this, I tell you. Oh, Nicky, listen to me. Deuce isn't here now. We can drive right to the police station and tell them the whole thing.
Mary, will you use your head?
But I don't
Let me
see what...
talk, Mary. We can park here a minute.
I still say
Maybe there's nothing we can do. Don't you understand that? If I go to the cops now, Deuce will say I was with him on the other job.
But they might make allowances.
Will you listen to me? We gotta knock this joint off and get back to Deuce in 1 hour. If we don't, he'll...
He'll what?
Honey, he wouldn't stop at anything. Take your old lady.
Mama? What about her?
You don't want her to get... well, hurt, do you?
Nicky!
You gotta think of things like that, Mary. If we rat on Deuce, he might do anything.
Oh, Nicky, no. Why, Mama's just... Oh.
Now, you see, kid? We got it.
I'm scared, Nicky. I don't want to do this.
Take it easy, Mary. I'm turning into the station.
Oh, Nicky, please, can't we?
Be quiet, baby. There's the attendant coming out of the office.
I'm so scared I can't even see.
It's funny. Deuce said the guy was just a kid. Here we go, baby. Come on, open the door and get out.
No?
Nothing's gonna happen. Go on. I'll be right behind you.
All right.
Fill her up, sir?
What? Oh, yeah, fill her up.
Regular or high test?
High test.
Boy, it's a wonderful day, ain't it?
You'll find out, pal. Start backing up.
Huh?
You heard me. Into the office, buddy. Stay in front of me, Mary.
Okay.
I ain't moving, son.
Get in there, I said. Come on.
Listen to me, son. Listen hard. We've been waiting for you. You ain't got a chance.
Nicky.
Shut up. Come on, Mac. Move, I said.
Look for yourself, son. Go on, look. You see those men on the corner? They're detectives, boy.
Nicky, look.
That's right. The other side, too, Nick. See? We've been waiting for you. Why don't you be a good kid and make it easy?
Mary, come here.
Nicky, let go, Nicky. You're hurting my arm.
See this copper? I got my gun right in this kid's back.
Oh, Nicky, don't shoot me. Please don't.
Shut up, Mary. All right, copper, start something.
Let the girl go, Nick.
Go ahead, start something.
Oh, let me go. I haven't done anything, Nicky. Let me go, please.
We're getting back in the car, you understand, copper? That's it, Mary. Just come straight back.
Nicky, you're hurting me, please.
Don't be a fool, Nick.
Huh?
Let the girl go.
That's right, in the car. Easy does it.
Now get this, wise guy. One shot. Get that at us or the tires or anything else. One shot, and I let her have it right here.
Mister, do what he says. I don't want to get shot.
Understand me, mister? Well, do you? Ralphie! Hold your fire. Shut the door, Mary. Slam it, I said.
I am Nicky.
Jimmy! Ned! Sullivan! Hold your fire!
Letting them get away.
In just a few moments, we will pick up the developments of this interesting case. But first, here's an important question.
Tell me, who should know best the difference between toothpaste?
Who should know best the difference between toothpastes? Why, that's easy. Who else but your dentist? That highly skilled friend of yours whose life work is the care of your teeth, the health of your gums. So just ask your dentist about Ipana toothpaste and gentle gum massage.
So many dentists recommend massage.
And a nationwide survey shows more dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste than any other dentifrice. And wait a moment. More dentists personally use Ipana than any other toothpaste.
That's right. There's an overwhelming preference for Ipana. You see, Ipana, followed by gentle gum massage, is the modern way to aid the health of your gums and the brilliance of your smile.
Help your dentist help your smile. For remember, your dentist knows best the difference between toothpastes.
Begin now getting your new Ipana smile. Taste the freshness. Feel the cleanness. See the sparkle.
Get Ipana toothpaste for your Ipana smile. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Well, I just had to use my own judgment, Chief. What decided me was the kid himself, this Nicky.
How do you mean, Harrington?
Well, I'm looking for a murder, Miss Miller, right?
Yes.
A guy that looks something like that sketch the Chief had drawn up?
Yes, from the description by that witness.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. So when this Nicky kid uses the girl as a shield, I think to myself, now, Harrington, if you start something, that little girl might get shot.
Yes, go on.
Now, if this Nicky looked at all like the killer I'm after, Chief, maybe I ought to handle it different, but it ain't the same face at all. Well, I don't get away.
It's all right. I agree with you completely. It was the only thing to do.
Oh, thanks, Chief. Of course, we got right on it after the car pulled out. I got every precinct in town alerted.
Well, I shouldn't think it'd be so hard from now on, Harrington. The description you gave of Nicky and Mary is in all the papers this noon.
Yes, what puzzles me is the new set of people. The first filling station robbery, the murder, that is, was done by two men.
Sure. And the one that saw one of them sure ain't talking about this Nicky, Chief.
Well, we're making some progress, at least. The ballistics report is in on the shooting.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Chief, that other report is here, too, the one on the tire mark.
Oh, yes, thank you, Miss Miller. I've got Ted on the files, Harrington. He's checking all the pictures that look anything like the murder.
Oh, excuse me. Hello, District Attorney's office.
Yeah, Chief, what about the ballistics report? Anything in it?
Speak slowly, please. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, I have that. Mrs. John Evans. Your daughter, Mary? Oh, in the newspapers. Yes. What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Nicky, what?
Oh, for crying out loud, let me have that, Miss Miller. This is what we've been waiting for.
It was simple, Deuce. I didn't even shoot at the car.
You ought to get one of these things, Nicky. You can play good music on them.
Mr. Wilton, you gotta do something. That policeman saw us. They'll be looking everywhere.
Lucky you told me to smear the license plates with mud, Deuce. Otherwise, I'd have traced the car here.
A kazoo, I think they're called. Ever play one, little girl?
Mr. Wilton, please listen to us. They'll be looking for Nicky.
You're just humming them, sort of. Listen once.
Deuce, will you stop it? We're in trouble, Deuce. You gotta tell us what to do.
You got any money?
Just what's left of my share.
Any more?
I have money. I mean, I can get some. They owe me back pay at the store where I work.
You can't go there, Mary. Somebody recognizes.
Why can't she? You're the only one they'll be looking for.
How far is this place, sister?
It's the up-to-the-minute cleaners. It isn't far.
Mary, no, I won't let you.
You'll do what I tell you, Nicky. Get your hat on, Mary. Go get that dough.
All right, Mrs. Evans. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just tell me everything you can about your daughter, Mary.
District Attorney's office calling. Is this the up-to-the-minute cleaners? Well, just a moment, please. The District Attorney wants to talk to you.
Mary Evans?
What?
Hi, Mary.
Oh, let me go. Please let me go.
Harrington's the name, Mary. Remember me? What, are you on your way to Nick with that pay envelope, eh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, it's funny, but I still think you're a nice kid, Mary. Otherwise, I'd have let you lead me right back to your boyfriend.
I don't understand.
You will. I just don't want you to get hurt. Come on, Mary. We got a date downtown.
I think you're telling the truth, Mary. Don't you, Harrington?
I think she is, Chief.
Now, don't you see, Mary, it isn't Nick we want so much. It's the other man. Now, there is another man, isn't there?
Please. I don't know anything.
Let me have that sketch, Harrington, will you?
Yeah, right here, Chief.
Now, this is the man we mean, Mary. You know him, don't you?
Oh.
Don't you?
Oh, please, won't you just leave me alone?
Can I try, Chief?
Yes, sure, of course.
All right, Mary. Nick's in trouble. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, Mary, listen to me. Being in trouble is one thing, and murder is another.
But Nick didn't kill anybody, honest.
Who did?
I can't squeal on Nicky.
Mary.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is important.
Yes, sure, what is it?
One of the detectives you assigned just called in. He's located the, wait a minute, I got it written down here. Oh, the 717.
What? You sure, Miss Miller?
Sure, he's waiting on the phone for instructions.
Harrington.
Yeah,
Harrington.
Chief, what is it?
Everything we need, I hope. Oh, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir.
Call the emergency crew, will you please?
Huh?
4 cars on the truck.
Right away, Chief.
The riot squad? What for, Chief?
For a killer, Harrington. Come on, let's go.
Crews are all stationed, Chief.
Mm-hmm. What about the street blockade?
All set up. They got traffic stopped for 2 blocks in every direction.
That's fine. In the back of the building?
I put Brophy back there with Squad C.
All right, then we're ready, I think. Is the public address system set up?
Yeah, here's the mic right here, Chief. Just give me a chance to get up those stairs.
Oh, that won't be necessary, I hope. Just keep your eye on that doorway. All right, let's get this turned on. Hello? Hello? Turn this on, will you, Jack? Hello? Oh, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah, let's not play with these babies too long, Chief. They're tricky.
Nick Ogden. Nick Ogden. This is the district attorney, Ogden. Come out with your hands in the air.
Nothing yet, Chief.
We know you're in there, Ogden. You and the other man. You haven't got a chance.
Chief, they doused the light in the apartment.
You have 10 seconds, Ogden.
1,001.
Both of you come out with your hands over your heads.
1,004. 1,005.
Watch that doorway, Harrington.
Yeah, I am, Chief. 1,008. 1,009. 1,010.
Harrington, stop.
They're shooting, Chief. Crazy bums. They're in that hallway.
Stay down, Harrington. I'll signal the men.
Okay, get out of my way, Chief. I'm going in.
Well, not without me or not. Come on.
Now watch it, Chief. Keep down.
There go the tear gas bombs.
We can use this car for a shield, Chief. Okay?
Yeah.
See you there. Hey, boy, they're shooting pretty good. You okay, Chief?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll signal the second squad.
Hey, Chief, look. Here comes one of them.
Yes, I see him.
Watch it.
Come and get me, you lousy cop! See him at the door!
He's fallen, Harrington, on the sidewalk.
Yeah, watch it, Chief. There's still one more.
Yeah.
I'm coming in to get you, punk.
Harrington, look out.
Go on, shoot, you rat. Shoot.
Come on, copper. Come on in and get me.
Don't worry, mister. I'm coming.
You couldn't hit me.
Harrington. Hey, Chief, give the signal. It's all over. Right. Hey, Nicky.
Harrington, you're all right?
Yeah, sure, Chief. And you? Nicky.
Mary,
Mary didn't squeal, Nick. Is that what you want to know?
Yeah.
Is he dead, Harrington?
Yeah, Chief, he is. How's the other one?
Yes, same thing. Both of them are all through.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment to explain the capture of Deuce and Nick. But first, a reminder that tomorrow morning a lot of people will wake up to hear... And to a lot of people, that sound can mean a wonderful morning with a good day ahead. But to a lot of other people, there's another sound that can mean the same thing. And that's the sparkling sound of sal hepatica in a glass of water. Yes, and unlike slow-acting laxatives, a sparkling glass of sal hepatica, when you get up, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to feel dull and headachy all day, waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
And if at the same time you're troubled with excess gastric acidity, let sal hepatica help sweeten your stomach.
So keep a bottle of sal hepatica handy. Then anytime you need a laxative,
morning, noon, or night,
see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica. Now, here is your district attorney.
The two sprawled bodies on the sidewalk are the real answers to tonight's case, ladies and gentlemen. The final payment in full for murder. As for Mary, we're quite sure that with proper help, her rehabilitation will be complete.
Poor kid, at least she tried.
Yes, she did, Miss Miller. But for the real solution, we have a great deal of excellent police work to thank. The laboratory technicians, detective crews, research men, they all combined to make the capture of Deuce Wilton and Nick Ogden possible.
Yeah, that call from Mary's mother helped too, Chief. When I saw her, after she thought maybe her Mary was the girl in the newspapers, she told me where the kid worked.
And then when you found out that she had pay coming, you just waited for her. Isn't that right, Harrington?
That's right, Miss Miller. But it was the chief, though, that led us to Deuce's joint.
Well, thanks to the lab, Harrington. As you know, we made a careful check on every criminal in the files whose face resembled that in the sketch our artist drew up.
The one he drew from the witness's report.
Right, Miss Miller. One of these men in the file was Deuce Wilton, and in due course, one of the detectives checked out his apartment.
Yeah, and his garage, Chief. Don't forget that.
Oh, yes, Harrington, and his garage. For there, you see, our man found what we were looking for. A rear left tire, size 717, a tire that fit exactly into the pattern we found on the driveway of the filling station.
And when he found that, you knew he'd found the killer, right, Chief?
Exactly, Miss Miller.
And that was that. Right?
Oh, Chief, don't forget graduation.
Graduation?
Oh, yes, indeed. Right now, with school graduations at hand, many young people are wondering what life work to take up.
Well, do you have the answer?
Well, I want to suggest that these intelligent young folks give careful consideration to teaching as a career.
Just what does teaching offer, Chief?
Well, teachers enjoy such advantages as security, long vacations, and now a rising standard of pay. But even more important, the teachers hold a unique position of honor and respect in the community. Quite naturally, people look up to a teacher, for it is the teacher who molds the characters and futures of our children, and through our children shapes the future of our country. And that's why I want to say to every young person graduating from school this spring, give a thought, a very serious thought, to a teaching career. Teaching is not only good work, it is a truly great profession.
And now what about next week?
Well, friends, we have another exciting story for you next week in the case of the deadly snowflake. Another dramatic episode in our constant war on crime. And so until then, thank you and good night.
Here it is, men. Yes, here it is. Brand new liquid cream that grooms hair without an unsightly, greasy look.
Sentry, S-E-N-T-R-Y, Sentry Hair Cream.
What makes Sentry so different? Unlike most hair creams, there's no mineral oil in Sentry. Just pure vegetable oil. No whitish film on your hair.
Sentry seems to vanish on your hair, but Sentry's secret ingredient actually keeps hair neat longer without an objectionable greasy look.
Guard your grooming with Sentry.
S-E-N-T-R-Y.
Sentry Hair Cream.
Hi, Ingram, yourself.
of all characters of tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The program is produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Remember, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Bristol Myers invites you to tune in again next week for Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters!
Emergency flash. A crime wave of the most serious proportions is spreading throughout the United States. Tonight, Saturday, December 8, 1945, a serious crime is being committed every 40 seconds. Chicago, December 8th. One man killed, another wounded in gun battle with police.
Chelsea, Massachusetts, December 8th. Police searching desperately for person who telephoned father of 6-month-old baby that kidnapped child would be returned, quote, in a box, unquote.
Redwood City, California, December 8th. 16-year-old high school girl kidnapped by man and woman in green sedan.
These are authentic facts. Since this new crime wave has started, a murder has been committed in the United States every 3 hours.
In its relentless war upon this crime wave, that this country may be a safe country in which to live, Gangbusters presents Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, who will interview by proxy W.M. Adams, Sheriff, Potter County, Texas. Commissioner Valentine.
Now, Sheriff Adams, suppose you start our Gangbusters case for tonight.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, I'd like to go back a few years to Dallas, Texas. Sheriff Hart was telephoning to the Texas State Police.
This escaped convict is deadly. I consider him one of the most dangerous criminals at large. Now, here's the description. Blackie Thompson, 26, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight 150, coal black hair, dark brown eyes, suave, handsome, dresses like a fashion plate. Blackie Thompson will kill on the slightest provocation.
Don't play any more, Leela.
All right, Denny.
That's our song. I can't stand it tonight, Leela. Do you realize ever since we were 10 years old, we planned to get married?
I'm sorry, Denny.
Leela, you're just infatuated. You don't know anything about him. He only came to town a month ago.
But I can't help my feelings, Denny.
Sure, he's handsome. He's been places. He's flashy.
He's exciting, Denny. He's romance. He's everything I ever dreamed of.
And I'm just the guy who's always lived across the street.
You'll get over it.
Never. Well, you don't even know, Leela, what he does for a living.
Oh.
I suppose that's him now.
Is my hair all right? Do I look all right, Denny?
You look awful good to me.
I'll be back in a minute. Blackie.
Hi, Kittens.
Denny's in the living room. I've just told him.
Yeah?
I hated terribly to hurt him.
You told your old folks you're leaving town with me?
No, but I've got my bags all packed. After they're asleep, I'll leave them a note and meet you.
I want to get out of this burg.
I never was so excited in my life. Oh, Blackie, you do love me, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, Blackie, there won't be one bored minute being with you.
You don't know the half of it, kid.
Leaving this way, I'll probably never be able to come home again. You'll always love me, won't you?
You're okay, beautiful. Wait till you get a look at the outside world with me.
First National Bank at Rush Springs, Oklahoma, held up by 3 gunmen. Leader, coal black hair, brown eyes. Attention to state police. Gun shop at Reatook, Oklahoma, held up by 3 gunmen. Leader, black hair, immaculately dressed, brown eyes. Machine guns, shotguns, and ammunition stolen. Leader answers description of dangerous escaped convict, Blackie Thompson.
Pretty swanky nightclub. Huh, Leela? Hey, you never saw nothing like this in Hicktown you come from.
Huh?
What's the matter?
Oh, I was just listening to that song. It just happens to mean a lot to me.
Oh, thinking of that Hick Romeo I took you away from. Well, snap out of it.
All right. All right, I'm sorry, Blackie.
You wanted excitement. You're getting it, aren't you?
Sure.
Remember the first night you threw a fit when you found out who I really was?
It was all so new to me, Blackie.
And now I'm going to give you some real excitement.
What?
I'm pulling another heist tomorrow.
A bank?
Yeah, and the heat's on me. You're going to drive our getaway car.
I'm going to...
Drive our getaway car.
All right. All right, if you say so, Blackie.
Well, that's what I do say.
You still love me, Blackie?
Oh, lay off that goo. I'm getting fed up with it. Now, you park the car in front of the bank, and I'll take Whitney and go in.
Yes, sir?
You're the cashier?
Yes, sir?
There's a stick up. Reach for the ceiling.
Don't shoot.
Reach for the ceiling.
My arm.
You didn't reach quick enough. Grab the dough.
Okay, pal.
Shut up.
You broke the cashier?
Yeah, never mind him. Get the dough.
I got it.
Okay, then come on. And if anyone tries to stop us when we get outside, kill him.
Are you all right, Blackie? I heard shots.
Shut your mouth and step on the gas. Step on it, I said. That's a pass now, Leela.
All right, Blackie.
Those cops sent out alarms. They spot a car hitting 60, they'll figure it's us. Keep your guns ready in the back seat there, Whitney.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
Oh, Blackie, I didn't realize it would be like this.
You start whining now, put a plug you just as quick as they would anybody else.
All right, Blackie, I'm sticking with you. I always will.
Hey, Blackie, you think you've killed that cashier back in the bank?
Oh, what's the difference? We got the dough.
Blackie, look. Coming down that other road.
A car.
Full posse in it.
Yeah.
What'll we do?
We can't turn back.
Yeah, but Blackie...
Oh, shut up. You've only got one chance. Now, listen, Leela. You do what I tell you.
All right, Blackie, anything you say.
Keep driving straight ahead as though nothing's wrong.
Yes.
If those cops yell to pull up, stop the car. But when you do, pull up just a few feet ahead of them. You understand?
What for?
Never mind. Get the guns back there ready. I'll crawl in the back seat with you, Whitney.
Cops see us all right. They're waving.
Whitney, hide down on the floor of the car. Now, you do what I told you, Leela, or you'll get a slug in the back of the head.
Pull over, you people. Pull over.
Okay, officer. Stop just ahead of him, Leela. That's right. Now, when I say so, we'll jam our guns out the back window and let them have it.
Blackie, no.
Keep your mouth shut. I can see through the back window. Cops are getting out now. Yeah. They're walking this way.
Okay, you people. Down the car.
Let them have it. More. Kill them all.
We got most of them, Blackie.
It's horrible.
Shut up. Get this car going.
Blackie, you killed them. You killed them.
I'll kill you if you don't give this car all it's got. No cops taking Blackie Thompson.
One member of that patrol posse was killed, Commissioner Valentine. 2 of the others were badly wounded, and another received slight wound. But Blackie Thompson and his gang escaped.
Now back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
What happened, Sheriff Adams, after Blackie Thompson's spectacular escape from that posse?
Well, Commissioner Valentine, Blackie Thompson, reckless as he was, thought it best to hide out for a while. He and Leela had a hideout just outside of Bartlesville, Oklahoma.
Why, Blackie.
Come in, Leela.
New suit? New shoes? But what's the idea of the suitcase? Are we going somewhere?
Hand me those gloves on the bureau.
These?
Uh-huh. Pigskin. Pretty hard and rough.
Blackie, you were planning on working out on me.
No, one little talk with you first. You've been getting on my nerves. I'm fed up.
Blackie.
I don't want no scene. When I'm fed up with a dame, I'm through, and that ends it.
But I can't go home. I haven't got any place to go. I haven't got anybody but you. You can't leave me.
The reason I wanted to talk to you is... You think you're going to get back on me and tipping off the cops? You got another think coming.
No, Blackie, you can't leave
One
me.
word to the cops, and I'll find you and fill you full of lead.
After I've given up my home and family and everything for you.
These pigskin gloves are just like steel. And you have a beautiful face. I should bump you off now to make sure you don't talk, but just as a little sample. Yeah. Be a long time before that puss of yours looks human again. And if you're even tempted to say a word to the cops, just remember that little sample.
Blackie!
Mike, come in the office a minute.
All right, Sheriff.
Did you check with the police in nearby cities on Blackie Thompson?
Yes, Sheriff. No soap.
How about wanted circulars?
Well, they're just coming in from the printer. I'm sending one to every police chief in the country.
Good. Sheriff House office.
Is it...
Who is this?
There's a man you want bad, and I know where he is.
Who?
Blackie Thompson.
Blackie Thompson.
He said he'd kill me if I ever told.
Who are you?
I was his girlfriend.
Where is he?
Tim's bar. I hope you lock him up till he dies.
Is his gang with him?
I don't know about his gang, but his new beautiful girlfriend might be.
Hello. Hello.
Tip on Blackie Thompson?
Yeah, Mike. A woman. Blackie's supposed to be over at Tim's bar. I'm driving over right now.
But you can't go alone, Sheriff. His whole gang may be with him.
I'll take my chances, Mike. This time it's going to be Blackie Thompson or me.
Hello, Sheriff. Kind of raw out tonight.
Hello, Tim.
What brings you to my place, Sheriff? Something up?
Maybe.
Well, no one's been here except that fella sitting back there in the corner.
He's the man I'm watching in the bar mirror.
Yeah? Who is he?
5 feet 8 inches, 150 pounds, black hair, dark brown eyes.
That's right, Blackie Thompson. I saw his picture in the papers. And What are you going to do, Sheriff?
I'm going to take him.
Hey, that guy's a killer.
Move down the bar out of range.
All right, stay where you are, both of you.
And if we don't?
I knew you was a cop the minute you came in. I was waiting for your first move to kill you.
Well, Blackie, it looks like you've got the drop on me.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill that dame that tipped you off.
You wouldn't just kill me here in cold blood.
Oh, wouldn't I? You said your last speech, Sheriff.
Sheriff, you threw him right over your shoulder.
All right, Blackie, get up on your feet.
Okay, I'm getting up, cop. I'm getting up.
There are a lot of jobs marked up against you, Blackie. And one of them is cop killing.
Irvin Blackie Thompson, rise and face the court. It is the sentence of this court that you, Irvin Blackie Thompson, for the crimes of kidnapping, murder, and robbery, be taken to the Texas State Prison at Huntsville, and that within the walls of the said prison, on the 24th day of October next, between the hours of 6 and 10 in the morning, a sufficient current of electricity be passed through your body to cause your death. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Just a minute, Whitney. You know the rules. Convicts aren't allowed near the death house here.
Well, I thought maybe I thought I could see my old pal, Blackie Thompson. They're electrocuting him in a week, you know.
You have to get permission from the warden.
Oh. Well, then, would you... Quiet, got her, I'll kill you.
Where'd you get that gun?
Open the door of the death house, quick. Surprising what a little gun smuggled in can do. Now walk inside, Screw.
Nobody ever escaped from this death house yet, Whitney.
Give me those keys. Blackie? Blackie, what's that in?
Over here, Whitney. Hurry.
Yeah. Come on, God, run with me.
Get me out of this cell. Open the door now. Come on.
Okay. You know what it's like to be in the death house. Come on, open it up, Whitney. Hurry. I'm working as fast as I can, Blackie.
I'll never forget this favor, Whitney. Okay, Whitney. Now I'll take that gun.
Yeah, but Blackie...
Give me your gun. I'll shove the guard in the cell. That screws out for good. Hey, open my cell, Blackie. Now let's get out of here.
It's going to swing those other guys in the death house?
Nuts for them burn. I'm saving myself. Come on.
I've got the ladder. Get on the other side of this door, Blackie.
Good. No guy ever broke out of this death house before. Get that ladder.
Okay, I got it.
Over to the wall now. Okay. Stand the ladder up against the wall.
It's okay. I'll start up.
No, you don't. I'm first.
Oh! Hey, that's no way to treat me after I got you out of the death house, Blackie.
Blackie Thompson. Blackie comes first.
Hey, look out. The guard up on the wall sees us. Oh, Blackie. Come back. Help me, will you?
Help yourself, punk. What do you think I am?
Emergency. Blackie Thompson has just escaped from the death house, while Whitney, who aided him to escape, was shot by the tower guard and killed. Emergency. Blackie Thompson has just escaped.
I'm right here in the shadow.
Oh, darling. I couldn't see you.
You really like these country club dances?
No, they're boring. I wish you'd come in.
I've been watching you through the window.
I knew you were here. I was trying to sneak out. I never knew a girl could be so in love in just 1 week.
Well, you're running away with me or not?
But do you realize I hardly even know your name?
You're in love with me, though.
More than anything in the world.
Well, then after you get home tonight, pack. Sneak out, and I'll have a car on the street in back of your house.
You honestly love me, don't you?
Would I be asking you to run away with me if I didn't?
All right, I will go with you. I'll go with you to the end of the world if you want to.
We won't go that far at first. I'll take you for a few weeks to Amarillo, Texas.
Amarillo?
Now, don't worry, kid. You won't be bored. I promise you that.
Attention. First National Bank just robbed by gunman, about 28. Black hair, handsome, immaculately dressed. This gunman cruelly beat cashier. Believed to be killer Blackie Thompson. Approach with caution.
Sheriff's office. Hello. Hello, what's the matter? This is the sheriff's office. What's the matter?
Are you...
Who is this?
You looking for Blackie Thompson?
Blackie Thompson. Every office in the South's looking for Blackie Thompson.
He's here, in Amarillo.
Where?
I don't know.
Who are you?
I'm his girlfriend. He told me he was going to marry me. He said he loved me. He's found another girl, and I hope you catch him and shoot him and put him in the electric chair and kill him and put him in jail for life. I never want to see him again.
Hello. Attention, Texas Police. Blackie Thompson reported to be here in Amarillo. All patrol cars cover main highways. Killer Blackie Thompson reported here in Amarillo.
You don't suppose, Sheriff, that girl who phoned in gave us the wrong steer on Blackie Thompson?
If she did, Inspector, she was the cleverest actor I ever heard.
I'll wager every police car in Texas is patrolling tonight.
Look. Way down there on the low road, see?
Yeah. It's a sedan. Must be doing 70.
But look. Way behind it. 3 squad cars.
Well, they're after him, Sheriff. Must be Blackie Thompson in the first car. He's outrunning the squad cars.
Oh, what a rotten break. This road runs parallel to that road for miles before there's a cut across.
We'll never be able to get down the highway in time to cut him off.
We've got to. Those squad cars will never catch him. There's only one way to head the car off. Go down the embankment.
It's a 60-foot bank and a rough field beyond.
We've got to take a chance. Hang on. We'll either make it or be killed.
Watch it. Look out. That rock. Steady. Sheriff, you made it. He's about 300 yards ahead of us. Step on it.
I can't go any faster. He's pulling away.
I'll see if I can plug his tires. Good, he's stopping.
Look out.
Sheriff, you hurt?
There's some of the glass in the windshield.
We'll get him. Oh, here comes the other squad cars.
Come on, men. There he is, right by his car. Straight out on the sides of the road. Lie low, men. Open fire. All right, men. Hold it.
Careful. Thompson may be playing possum.
I don't think so. Keep your guns on him, though. If he starts to get up out of that road, let him have it.
You got my covers. I got... There must be at least 30 bullets in him.
Well, men, that's the end of Blackie Thompson. It's a shame that some of these men don't realize before it's too late that they just can't get away with it.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, that's the case of Blackie Thompson. And I hope if there's anyone listening tonight who contemplates committing a crime, they'll just remember this case.
We appreciate, Sheriff Adams, your telling us these inside facts tonight.
Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Turhan Bey in The Magnificent Rogue, United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. And now here is our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where your favorites from the cinema world gather to star in plays we know you'll enjoy. That international favorite, the very popular Turhan Bey, stars in a bright romance comedy titled The Magnificent Rogue. In just a moment, we'll have the curtain for Act One. But here now is Wendell Niles with a message of importance.
Every American has a right to be proud these days, proud of the men who serve their country in the uniforms of the United States Army and the United States Air Force. Everyone knows the war record back of the armed forces. And we are all duly proud of the victories won and the men who won them. But think a moment. The U.S. Army and the U.S. Air Force always have been and are just as worthy of your pride during peacetime. Remember, the men who serve their country in uniform today are your greatest bulwark for security peace. And now, once again, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act One of The Magnificent Rogue, starring Turhan Bey as Jacques Courrier. It all happened somewhere in the vicinity of Avenue Montpellier, Paris, where dwelled in various stages of limited circumstances the struggling artists and musicians who made Paris their Mecca. By day, they worked at odd jobs to pay the rent and to keep a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine in their cupboard. By night, they studied, or, weather permitting, strolled with a lover in the Tuileries Gardens. On the evening our story begins, the music of a violin is heard coming from the apartment of Jacques Courrier, a handsome young new arrival at Montpellier. Across the street below, a door opens at the sound of the violin. A lovely blonde girl listens entranced. Then, obeying some uncontrollable impulse, she dashes madly towards the flat from which the music comes.
Oh, I'm too late. Oh, forgive me for breaking in on you.
Not at all. I'm honored.
Oh, it was magnificent.
The music?
Yes, your violin. What is your name?
Jacques Courrier.
Jacques Courrier. Oh, for you, Jacques, I predicted a great future.
Oh, the violin attracted you so?
It magnetized me. I had to rush over. Oh, I'm not a forward girl. I have good upbringing.
Of course.
Oh, but the gentleman at the piano.
Oh, forgive me, Piron, my accomplice.
Bonsoir.
Charm indeed.
Oh, what talent he possesses, Monsieur Perron.
Yes, and with the women, too.
Well, oh, you must not think that I rushed over.
No, of course not. To hear the violin only.
Oh, what it does to me. Well, I'm interrupting. I shall go home.
You are a beautiful interruption.
I know I shall go home.
I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Good night, Monsieur Perron.
Good night, mademoiselle.
So, you're just a student?
Just that.
But you possess in your playing... Well, you have become control of a master already.
You are too complimentary.
Oh, I know. I'm a student of the violin, too.
Oh?
Yes. Oh, tell me, when may I hear you play again?
Well, rather, when will you play for me?
Oh, well,
Tomorrow night? Promise me you'll play for me tomorrow night.
All right.
Splendid.
Good night.
Wait, I do not know your name.
Oh, it is an ordinary name. Marie Carpentier.
It is the name of an angel. Good night, Marie.
Good night.
Well, Piron, what do you think of her?
Oh, she's gorgeous. Isn't she the one?
She is. The one I've been mad to meet ever since we moved here 3 days ago.
Well, what did she say when you told her the truth?
When I told her what?
That what she heard was only a phonograph record.
Oh, but I would not tell her that. Disappoint my beautiful Marie. Besides, I'm not so bad. Listen.
Oh, stop! You screech like a devilish piece of chalk on the blackboard.
Oh, now be patient. I've picked up this instrument for the first time only 10 minutes ago.
I warn you. You had better tell her.
No. You don't know romance, Piron. At this point, she's attracted to me for my violin.
What violin?
Now, when she says that she loves me and means it, then I will tell her all.
Why? You introduced me as your accompanist. I am a piano tuner, and I dislike posing as something else.
You are a marvelous accompanist, Piron. Until the young lady realizes my personal charm. Ah, what a beautiful fate. You tune Denoir's piano. Denoir cannot pay. You take his violin for bond, and the violin brings to me the woman I love.
Jacques, the stranger was there again.
Oh, the one with the mustache?
Yes. He is most anxious to see you.
Well, I'm not anxious to see him. If he comes tomorrow while you are here, tweak his mustache, put your foot to the seat of his pants, and say, be off with you. Tell him I'm too busy these days, that I am in love, that I am winning a wife.
Wait until she finds out what you do to gain your bread and wine.
Oh, she will understand.
Not to mention what she will do when she finds out you are unable to even run a scale on the violin.
I will manage by having a good supply of phonograph records.
Yours will still be the fate of an impostor.
Oh, what a lovely fate, Piron. Commencing tomorrow. She happens to be a student of violin. I have consented for her to play for me tomorrow night.
You have consented to let her play for you? Mon Dieu, this is the end.
Oh, my Marie, I can hardly wait. Come in, Marie. Come in, my lovely.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Maestro.
Oh, please.
No, I must call you Maestro. Last night you sounded like Isis. This evening I heard you, and you had the unearthly perfection of Szigeti.
It is unearthly, mademoiselle. Ask him sometime to make for you on the violin The sound of a squeaky door.
Remarkable sense of humor. Now, Piron, were you not about to leave for some chestnuts? The vendor is on the street below now, waiting to serve only you.
I am leaving.
Oh, poor man. Suffers from lack of imagination. But now, Marie, you have your violin, I see.
Oh, but I'm really so nervous playing for you. You see, I've only been studying violin 10 years.
Well, my dear, at least you have a foundation.
Yes. Well, you won't be critical then.
How could I be critical of you?
Oh, I'm encouraged now.
You may play for me.
Well, what do you think?
Remarkable.
My tone?
Your eyes.
Oh, but my music.
Oh, that. Marie, my lovely one,
Yes?
you have
Yes.
a considerable degree of talent.
Oh, I'm so pleased. Oh, you have no idea what that means coming from you. Oh, how can I thank you?
Why, you can take my arm and join me for a stroll if you would.
I would.
Well, I regret there is no moon out tonight, but I'm assured of one tomorrow night.
Oh?
And there is to be a carousel in the neighborhood. Would you not accompany me?
I think I'd love to. You know, it's so encouraging being around you.
It is. I'm glad.
Yes. You see, Madame Francois Cartier discourages me with my violin.
And who is Madame Francois Cartier?
My advisor. She's helpful in guiding me. She says I should give up the violin, get married, and raise a family.
Well, now, actually...
But you have encouraged me to study. If it takes 50 years, what matter?
Yes, what matter?
By the way, what do you do to keep you in food and wine? Not that it means anything to me, knowing as I do that you're a genius flowering, but Madame Cartier will be interested.
Well, at the moment, I'm following the trade of an interior decorator.
Interior decorator? Oh, my, you're talented. Well, here's my door.
Yes, unfortunately it is.
Good night, Chuck.
Oh, one moment. I would like to know one thing.
Yes?
Do you ever think of me apart from my violin?
Oh, can I?
Oh.
You see, Jacques, the violin is my second love.
And your first love?
Well, now, one does not tell a gentleman everything the first night.
Oh, Marie, tell me, is there a chance for me?
No. So little time has transpired. I will say this, however. Last night, I dreamed of the man I was to marry. We were in our own house, our castle.
Oh, Marie.
We sat before the fireplace. We would hold hands and talk and dream. And then...
And then?
Then we would play violin duets. Good night, Charlotte.
You're back. Oh, what a mad world, Piron. The woman I crave to be my wife must play violin duets.
I said you were headed for trouble.
I will find the answer. Was there anyone here?
Little man with a mustache. I did as instructed.
Well, if the man has a bill, pay it.
With what? Everything we have is spent for phonograph records.
Then ignore him.
But you, my fraudulent friend, what are you going to do in your dilemma?
Very simple. Tomorrow I become a student of the violin. During my lunch hour, I find an instructor.
So, you want to learn to play the violin? Well, you have come to the right man, Professor Lecorne. I have guided the careers of such famous virtuosi as Apfel and Strudel, not to mention Borscht.
I am happy, sir, I've come to you.
Now, I quickly see you have many qualifications for study. You have a fine intellect.
Thank you.
You have the quick muscular response.
Thank you.
You also have the pocketbook, no?
Oh, yes, I can pay.
Only a formality. You may pay the first 10 lessons in advance. Ah, yes, Jacques Courrier. Under my tutelage, I predict for you a great future.
I have not too great ambitions, Professor Lecorne. I wish merely to play second fiddle, to add a few notes here and there with a degree of authenticity.
A few notes? Bosh! I will have you amazed at your technique in no time at all.
Monsieur Lecorne, if you can accomplish this, you will have the undying gratitude of a man in love.
Pause briefly from our story, The Magnificent Rogue, starring Turhan Bey, to bring you an important message from our government.
Doctors of America, here is a problem that is of vital importance to you. A shortage of physicians, surgeons, and dentists is developing in the armed forces of our country. Doctors, dentists, and allied medical scientists are needed. You can help alleviate this shortage, help maintain the health of our men and women in uniform by serving a tour of active duty in the Army. The Army's extensive facilities for research and modern equipment will be at your disposal. You will have the benefit of techniques developed through years of practice and experimentation. When you put on the uniform as a medical officer in the U.S. Army, you'll be commissioned in a grade commensurate with your age and experience. In addition to your regular pay, you'll receive an additional $100 a month professional pay. Write today to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington 25, D.C., and request a tour of active duty.
The curtain rises on Act Two of The Magnificent Rogue, starring Turhan Bey as Jacques Courrier. Avenue Montpellier, Parisian rendezvous of budding artists and musicians, resounds to the music emanating from Jacques Courrier's apartment as he continues to pose as a student of the violin until he wins the heart of lovely Marie Carpentier. Marie, whose second love is the violin, has not divulged her first love. Jacques has high hopes as he stands before the mirror dressed to take her to the carousel. Piron looks on.
Well, Piron, what do you say? Am I not beautiful?
You have all the appearance of a peacock without inhibitions.
I am complimented. Any calls today?
Moustache was here again.
Oh, that pest. Well, I must be off to take my lovely Marie to the carousel.
Has she discovered yet what an impostor you are?
No. And from what Professor Lecorne says of my suitability for violin, I dare say I'll need not tell her at all. Good night, Piron.
Good night.
Here we are. A place reserved for us.
Isn't that nice?
Ah, yes. Well, did I not promise you a full moon?
You did.
And there it is.
Yes.
Oh, if I could only express to you how lovely you are by moonlight.
Oh, Jacques.
You do care for me a little?
Yes, Jacques.
A little or very much?
Very much, Jacques.
Oh, Marie, my angel. I have never asked this of any woman before.
Yes, Jacques.
I want you to marry me. Will you be my wife?
I will be your wife.
Kiss me. My wife to be.
Oh, I must tell my advisor, Madame Cartier. Oh, Jacques, think of our future together.
At this moment, I'm unable to think.
Oh, when I think of our future, I hear only music, the music of a violin.
You mean an occasional duet at home, together?
Oh, no, I mean you and the concert stage and the world at your feet. But why are you so quiet?
My dear, I was just thinking how our whole life's responsibility rests upon the shoulders of a certain Professor Lecorne.
Now, once more, please. And remember the hand with the bow in it. You are not shining a window. Please, let me have it again. No. Oh, dear. Well, Jacques?
Yes, Professor?
I am a man who has great regard for the frank.
Yes?
However, and I must speak frankly, I cannot be tortured any further. Let me put it this way. Over in America, my cousin teaches the violin to a distinguished entertainer whose name is also Jacques. Jacques Benet.
Oh, yes, I have heard of him. He's working in one of Dennis Day's radio programs.
That is right. Now, my cousin has suffered great discouragement. After each lesson, he beats his head against the wall for 15 minutes. But compared to you, Jacques, my cousin is working with a protege.
Good day, Professor Lecoq.
Oh, Jacques.
Marie, what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for you, darling. I spoke to Madame Cartier. I told her about us. She's such a hard person to please.
Well, how did she respond?
I told her you were an interior decorator now while you study.
Oh, did that please her?
Well, she's a difficult person. Dislikes all musicians. Measures everything by the franc.
Well, if she dislikes musicians so, I would give up the violin.
Oh, no, never. But I have a plan. You will play for her.
Oh, no. No, you know how I'm about playing.
Please. When Madame Cartier would hear you, then she would know how famous you will be.
No. I'm not playing for anyone. Furthermore, strange places distract me.
Oh, then she will come here.
Oh, but
Oh, you must, Jacques, for me, for us. Oh, kiss me, Jacques, and say you will. What evening, Jacques?
I suppose Friday? Why not? One day is as good as the next.
Will you stop pacing up and down?
I can't help it. What am I going to do?
Well, you prepare the stew in which you now find yourself, big boy.
This is not the time to place responsibility for wrong.
I must decide.
Oh, say, perhaps if I delay the concert for a couple of weeks, well, and then I start to play records that grow progressively worse, maybe in a couple of weeks I could reverse down to my present state of no talent whatsoever.
No, that would never work. The records are only of the fine artists.
Of course. Well, we will go through with it.
Are you out of your mind?
No, it can be done. And here's how. We will conceal the speaker.
The playback speaker?
Yes. And I know precisely the number I will play. The Nachtwind. The night wind. For this number, we can have the lights down very low.
You are insane.
No. You are at the piano. The playback arm next to the bench. Your signal will be, vive la bagatelle. Yes, vive la bagatelle. You put the playing arm down on the record.
But if something should slip up...
Things never slip up, Piron. Now, you will get for me that record, The Nachtwind, played by Swinton Jones, the Swedish violinist. We will entertain Madame Cartier. Yes, indeed. Well, come in, Marie.
Hello, darling. This is Madame Cartier.
How do you do, Madame Cartier?
How do you do? My, this is a peanut shell you live in, isn't it?
Well, the apartments are all small here in Montpellier, but the hearts are large.
Isn't it wonderful, Madame Cartier?
I don't know. This does seem rather a tiny place for an interior decorator. Oh, my, it's dark in here.
It's the mood I'm getting for playing. I'm doing The Nachtwind.
You know, young man, you look familiar to me.
I do?
Are you a carpenter? I seem to remember you walking into my house carrying a saw and fixing my door.
Oh, no.
Your face is most familiar.
Well, I guess we might as well commence the program. My violin, please. Thank you. Well, Piron, vive la bagatelle.
The umber is saying vive la bagatelle, hooray for trifles. Because he's playing a trifle.
Piron, vive la bagatelle. Piron, what are you doing?
What is it? I don't understand.
It's Piron, turn it off. Turn it off, do you hear me?
I see now. A concealed speaker. Marie, this man is a fraud.
Oh, it cannot be. Just tell me it's not a fraud.
Come in. Oh, dear. He's the man with the mustache.
Jacques Cartier here.
That is me.
Your bill. 3 months' dues. Unpaid. 30 francs.
Oh, well, here you are, my good man. And now, we are having a private party.
Just a minute. What are the dues for?
Paris local. Plumbers Union.
Now I remember. You were a plumber. You came to my house. You carried a plunger to fix my...
Oh, my Marie. She has fainted.
And it serves her right, consorting with trash. Good night, you.
Oh, my poor Marie. What have I done to you? Piron!
Forgive me, Jacques.
Hand to me that phonograph record.
Here you are.
Oh, what stupidity. I asked you to get Swinton Johns. What do you give me? Something that sounds like Spike Jones.
Oh, curse me, I am a fool.
Well, get me a glass of water. No, I don't want to hear what my lovely Marie says when she wakes up.
Oh, you blackguard. Oh, you deceived me.
There, now, drink some more water.
I'm full of water as the ocean already. Oh, how could you? But you do not even play the violin.
I could not tell you because of my love for you.
And then you tell me you're an interior decorator.
Well, I am. I decorate interiors with faucets.
Oh, it's not funny. I hate myself for even associating with someone who has no talent whatsoever.
No talent, you say?
Is it not true?
I will show you if it is true. Here, from the cupboard, some paper. Now the charcoal. Now I will draw your likeness.
You're an artist?
A magnificent artist. What do you think I do here in Montpellier? There. The contour of your face. The beautiful oval. Now your hair. Like the whisper of angels. Your eyes. The beauty of deep lakes.
Oh.
Your nose. The majesty of gods.
Oh, sure.
And your lips. So soft and lovely. There.
Shark. Oh, it's brilliant.
Is that a man with no talent whatsoever?
You have the line of Matisse. The composition of Picasso. I can see it. You did draw this, didn't you?
Of course. But you know art.
Yes, Jacques. Art is my first love.
Your first love?
Oh, Jacques, I can see it now. Your drawings on exhibition, the world at your feet.
But I thought I am your first love.
No.
Oh, but it is all right. So long as I'm always the first you adore. And how could you help but adore me? I am so magnificent.
The curtain falls in the final act of The Magnificent Rogue. Our star, Turhan Bey, will return for a curtain call after this timely message from Wendell Niles.
The young men who have earned their wings in the United States Air Force have found a place in this air-minded world. Those wings and an Air Force future may be yours if you can fulfill a few simple requirements. They are, you must be between 20 and 26.5 years of age, have had 2 years of college, or be able to pass an equivalent examination. And you must be physically fit. These are the requirements for training as an aviation cadet in the United States Air Force. When you have completed the course successfully, you'll have won your pilot's wings and a commission as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force Reserve. Outstanding members of each cadet pilot class receive regular commissions immediately upon graduation, while other men have the opportunity to qualify for regular commissions during their tour of active duty. Get your application at your nearest Air Force base or United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station now. Remember, only the best can be aviation cadets. Now, once again at the microphone, our star, Turhan Bey, and our producer.
Turhan, come out and take a bow for a grand performance. But don't bring your violin.
Why, CP, that was a $20,000 Guarnerius. Didn't you like it?
The violin? Yes. The playing? No.
Oh, but I'm inspired to become one day a great artist.
Suppose you stick to a hobby in which you are great. Photography.
Oh, photography, yes. But I want an art in which I can make a great amount of money.
You won't make it in playing the violin, believe me. Have you ever considered motion pictures?
Oh, but that's my business, CP.
And how's business?
Very good. Columbia has just released my latest picture, Song of India. I become a very modern Maharaja in a very modern India. No violin, of course.
Then we'll all go and see it. And by the way, I understand you made some excellent photographs in India while you were there.
And in Turkey and in Tibet. But my best pictures were made right here in Southern California during the big snow last January.
We got some fine color shots at the ranch with the snow and the orange trees around the house.
They'll make good Christmas cards, CP.
That's what we wanted them for. We even made some pictures of the large snowflakes, just to prove they're as big as silver dollars.
Oh, well, that's California for you. Even the snowflakes have to be the biggest.
You know, it's a good thing we got the pictures when we did. We may never get another chance. I hope.
That's right. It will probably never snow again out here.
Of course not. Well, Turhan, I want to thank you for joining us again.
Thank you for the invitation. I enjoyed it. And now I think I'll run along and practice my violin. But tell me first who's going to be with you next week.
Next week, Turhan, and ladies and gentlemen, we present one of the greatest dramatic betrayals and stories of the season. Zachary Scott joins us to star in a historical play based upon the interesting life story of Henry Wilson and the establishment of the Congressional Medal of Honor. Here is a documentary play of interest to everyone.
That sounds like a very good story. I'll be listening. Goodbye, C.P.
Goodbye, Turhan Bey. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you Zachary Scott in Above Their Comrades. Until then, thanks for listening, and cheerio from Hollywood.
Turhan Bey appeared through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Script was by Rich Hall, with music under the direction of Eddie Scribanic. This program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And while you're settling back comfortably in your chair, mind if I tell you about something I'd like you to share with me? It's a glass of Petri California Sherry. Of course, most people think of Petri California Sherry as the one wine that's really swell any time, but personally I like a glass of that Petri Sherry just before dinner. You know, that's the time you're a little on edge. You've just finished your day's work and you're waiting for your dinner. And, well, that's when you want to lean back and take it easy. And, boy, that's the time a glass of Petri Sherry tastes like something just too good to be true. Try it. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. And, incidentally, if you like your sherry dry, you know, not sweet, then you'll find that Petri Pale Dry Sherry is just made for you. The important thing is the Petri label. Because when it says Petri, it always means good wine. And now for our weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. You're a bit late. I've been keeping some dinner hot for you. Here, pull up your chair and join me.
That's very nice of you. Thanks, Doctor. Are you all set with tonight's story?
Yes, my boy, I'm all set, as you call it. As a matter of fact, I was going over my notes on the case just before you arrived.
Last week you hinted that a beautiful girl figured prominently in your adventure.
That's quite right, Mr. Bartell. An extremely beautiful girl. In fact, I often used to say to Sherlock Holmes that if I'd been a little younger at the time, I might... Oh, well, you haven't come here to listen to my personal reminiscences. You want to hear the story that I called The Problem of Tor Bridge.
That's what you promised us, Doctor. How did it begin?
On a windy morning in October... In the 1890s it was. As I was dressing, I observed how the last remaining leaves were being whirled away from the solitary plane tree which graced the yard behind our Baker Street house. I descended to breakfast, prepared to find my companion in depressed spirits, for, like all great artists, he was easily impressed by his surroundings. But, to my surprise, he was in an unusually gay mood. As I entered the room, he looked up at me and, with a smile,
Good morning, my dear fellow. I hope you slept well.
Splendidly, thank you, Tom.
I'm so glad.
Well, you're very solicitous this morning. I think you must have got a new case. Am I right?
The faculty of deduction is certainly contagious. Yes, I have a new case. After a month of trivialities and stagnation, the wheels revolve once more.
Good. Tell me all about it.
Well, yet there isn't much to tell. Have you ever heard of Neil Gibson?
Neil Gibson? Oh, yes, it has something to do with gold mining, isn't he?
A great deal to do with it, dear fellow. In fact, he's considered the greatest mining magnate in the world. About 5 years ago, he bought a large estate in Hampshire. Perhaps you've read of the tragic death of his wife.
Oh, yes, of course. I remember the case now. She was murdered by a jealous governess who was in her employ, wasn't she?
That point will be decided when the lady in question, Grace Dunbar, I believe her name is, comes up for trial at the forthcoming Winchester Assizes. In any case, it's hard for me to see what I can do for my client at this late date.
Your client?
Oh, yes. I forgot I hadn't told you. I'm getting into your involved habit of telling a story backwards. Better read this letter. Came this morning.
Oh, let's have a look. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Miss Dunbar is innocent. I can't see the finest woman in the world go to her death without doing everything possible to save her. I shall call on you at 10:30 tomorrow morning to discuss the matter. Yours faithfully, Neil Gibson. Good gracious me.
There you have it, Watson. That is the gentleman I await.
Do you know anything about his dead wife?
Only what I've been reading in the papers. Apparently she was past her prime, which was the more unfortunate as this Miss Dunbar, who superintended the education of the two young children, is reputed to be a very attractive young lady.
The eternal triangle, eh? Well, where did the murder take place?
On Gibson's estate in Hampshire. His wife was found in the grounds nearly half a mile from the manor house, late at night, clad in her dinner dress, with a shawl over her shoulders, and a revolver bullet through her brain.
Any weapon found near her?
No, there were no clues found at the scene of the crime.
What made them suspect the governess?
Well, in the first place, there was some very incriminating evidence. A revolver with one discharged chamber, the caliber corresponding with a bullet in the dead woman's head, was found on the floor in Miss Dunbar's wardrobe.
Oh, was it? Pretty damaging evidence, Holmes.
So the coroner thought. And to make the case even blacker against Miss Dunbar, the dead woman had a note on her making an appointment at that very spot. And the note was signed by the governess.
It seems obvious that the girl's guilty, and the motive's clear. Mr. Gibson would be a great catch for a young girl. Love, fortune, power, all dependent on one life.
Possibly, Watson, but circumstantial evidence can be very misleading at times. Now, as the gentleman in question, unless I'm very much mistaken, considerably before his time.
I can see him from the window here. Formidable-looking fellow. Must be well over 6 foot tall.
Judging by the way he's wrenching at that doorbell, he's a man with a violent temper.
Mrs. Hudson's opening the door to him now.
Meet him on the stairs, will you, old chap? You'll save Mrs. Hudson a journey.
Sure. Up here, sir. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. All right.
Are you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
No, indeed. I'm his colleague, Dr. Watson. Come along in, won't you?
Mr. Neil Gibson, I presume?
That's right. So you're the great Sherlock Holmes, huh?
The adjective is your own, Mr. Gibson. Sit down, won't you? By the way, you may speak quite freely in front of Dr. Watson.
Well, I may as well begin by telling you that money means nothing to me in this case. You can burn it if it's any use to you in lighting the truth. Miss Dunbar is innocent, and it's up to you to prove it. Just name your fee.
Mr. Gibson, my professional charges are on a fixed scale. I don't vary them except when I omit them altogether.
Very well. I imagine that you read the newspaper reports of the coroner's inquest?
Yes, very thoroughly.
I don't see that I can add anything that'll help you. But if there are any questions you'd like to ask, I'll answer them.
Oh, thank you. First, what were the exact relations between you and Miss Dunbar?
I suppose you're within your rights in asking such questions, Mr. Holmes?
We will agree to suppose so, shall we?
Then I can assure you that my relations with Miss Dunbar were always those of an employer toward the young lady with whom he never conversed or even saw, except in the company of his children.
Oh. I'm a busy man, Mr. Gibson, and I've no time or taste for aimless conversation. I wish you good morning.
What the devil do you mean by this, Mr. Holmes?
My dear sir, the case is difficult enough without your giving me false information.
Meaning that I lie, sir?
I'm trying to express it as delicately as possible, but if you insist on the word, I won't contradict you.
Why, you confound...
Don't be noisy, Mr. Gibson. Please don't be noisy. I find that after breakfast, even the smallest argument is unsettling. I suggest that a stroll in the morning air and a little quiet thought will be greatly to your advantage.
I suppose I can't make you take the case, but you've done yourself no good this morning, Mr. Holmes. I've broken stronger men than you. No man ever crossed me and was the better for it.
Good morning, Mr. Gibson. You've a great deal yet to learn.
Well, myself, Holmes, you were unusually severe with him.
I dislike liars, Watson, and I cannot tolerate arrogance. particularly when it's coupled with great wealth.
Well, how did you know about his relations with the governor?
I didn't. It was pure bluff.
Bluff? It certainly worked. Think he'll come back?
Oh, of course he will. He needs my help too badly. He'll probably change his mind before he's halfway down the stairs. Come in. Mr. Gibson. Just saying to Dr. Watson that I was certain you'd be back.
I've been thinking it over, Mr. Holmes, and I feel that perhaps I was hasty in taking your remarks amiss. Just the same, I can assure you that the relations between Miss Dunbar and me really don't affect this case.
Surely that is for me to decide, Mr. Gibson.
You see, Mr. Gibson, my friend is like a doctor. He wants every symptom before he can give his diagnosis.
Fire away, Mr. Holmes. What is it you want to know?
The truth.
I can give it to you in very few words. To begin with, I met my wife when I was gold mining in Brazil.
Your wife was Brazilian by birth, wasn't she, sir?
Yes, Doctor, and very beautiful. Well, to make a long story short, I fell in love and married her and brought her to England. For a few years, I realized that we had nothing, absolutely nothing in common.
And then I suppose this young governess, Miss Dunbar, arrived on the scene.
That's right, Mr. Holmes. Well, the story should be obvious to you from there.
You fell in love with this girl, I suppose, sir.
Who could help it?
Did you suggest marriage to her?
Yes. Though I knew that my wife would never divorce me.
I see. Then you made an utterly insincere proposition to her.
Now, look here, Mr. Holmes. I came to you on a question of evidence, not of morals. I'm not asking for your criticism.
It's only the young lady's sake that forces me to touch your case at all. Now, tell me, sir, what is your own opinion as to Miss Dunbar's guilt?
It's very black against her. I can't deny that. One explanation of the tragedy did come into my head, Mr. Holmes. I give it to you for what it's worth.
Pray continue, Mr. Gibson.
My wife was bitterly jealous. She was half crazy with hatred. She might have planned to murder Miss Dunbar, or we'll say to threaten the girl with a revolver and so frighten her into leaving us. There might have been a struggle in which the gun exploded and gone off and shot my wife, who was holding it.
Well, that possibility already occurred to me. It's the only obvious alternative to deliberate murder.
The revolver, Holmes, was found on the floor of the governess's wardrobe.
Now, Mr. Gibson, I should like to examine your house and the scene of the murder as soon as possible.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. Sergeant Coventry of the local police is still down there. He'll give you any help you may need.
Excellent. Watson, old fellow, out with the timetable. We're catching the next fast train to Winchester.
So if I have to have someone else on the case, I'd rather have you, Mr. Holmes. The yard gets called in, then we local police loses all credit for success. Generally gets blamed for the failures. Now I've heard that you play straight.
I don't appear in the matter at all, Sergeant Coventry. If I can clear it up, I don't ask to even have my name mentioned.
Well, that's handsome of you, I'm sure, and I know your friend Dr. Watson can be trusted, too.
Don't worry, my dear fellow. We won't steal any of your thunder.
That's nice and friendly of you, Doctor. Well, come on, gentlemen. I'll get down to the bridge. That's where we found Mrs. Gibson's body. It's not far from the house here.
Well, I must say, Mr. Gibson has a beautiful estate. It must be 60 or 70 acres.
Oh, nearly twice that, Doctor. The woods back of the house there belongs to him, too. Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Sergeant?
There's a question I'd like to ask you. A question I wouldn't ask anyone else.
Then please ask it.
Don't you think there might be a case against Mr. Gibson herself, sir?
I've been considering that possibility.
That there, Miss Dunbar's a bit of all right. If you ask me, he wanted his wife out of the way, and the pistol she was shot with was his pistol, you know.
Was that fact proven?
Yes, Doctor. It was one of a pair that he had.
One of a pair? Where's the other?
Well, Mr. Gibson has a lot of firearms. We never quite matched that particular pistol. But the box was made for two.
Well, if it was one of a pair, surely you'd be able to match it.
Well, we have them all laid out at the house if you want to look them over.
And we'll do that later. This, I presume, is Thor Bridge.
That's right, sir. Found Mrs. Gibson's body lying right here at the approach to the bridge.
I see. I gathered from the newspaper reports that the shot was fired at very close quarters.
Yes, sir, very close.
Near the right temple, wasn't it?
Just behind it, sir.
How did the body lie, Sergeant?
Oh, on spec, Doctor. No trace of a struggle, no marks, no weapon. The note from Miss Dunbar was clutched in the left hand.
Clutched, you say?
Yes, sir. We could hardly open the fingers to get at it.
That's of the greatest importance. It excludes the idea that anyone could have placed the note there after death in order to furnish a false clue.
What did the note say, Sergeant?
Little enough, Doctor. It just said, I will be at Thor Bridge at 9 o'clock, and it was signed Grace Dunbar.
Miss Dunbar admit writing?
Oh, yes, sir.
What was her explanation?
She wouldn't say nothing. Said she was setting her defense for the trial.
Yes, it seems odd that Mrs. Gibson was still clutching that note.
Seems perfectly natural to me.
Oh, come now, old fellow. Argue the thing out logically. The letter is genuine. It was certainly received sometime before the tragedy, say an hour or two. Why then was the dead woman still clasping it in her left hand? Why should she carry it so carefully? She certainly didn't need to refer to the note at all at the interview. Doesn't it strike you as rather strange?
Well, now you put it that way, it does seem a little peculiar.
Hello. Did you notice this, Sergeant?
Oh, you mean that chip out of that stone on the underside of the parapet of the bridge, sir? Yes, I noticed it. Didn't think nothing of it, though.
It's a very large chip.
Yes, but it's been done recently. Notice how the stonework is white just here. It took some violence to do that. Hand me a cane, Watson, will you?
Here you are, sir.
Thanks. Yes. It's a hard knock. And in a curious place, too.
But it's 15 feet from where we found the body, Mr. Dow.
Yes, Holmes, I don't see how it could have any connection with Mrs. Gibson's murder.
It hasn't. But it's a point worth noting. There were no footprints, you say, Sergeant?
No, Mr. Holmes. The ground was as hard as iron. It's been a very dry summer, and we haven't had any rain to speak of this.
Pity. Well, Sergeant, I'm much obliged to you, and now I think we'll get back to the house.
Right. Cesar's sure where the firearms are, sir.
Oh, who is Cesar?
Funny kind of a bloke. Brazilian he is.
Brazilian, eh? Like Mrs. Gibson?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. It's from the same town that she does, as a matter of fact. Something very fishy about him, if you ask me. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'm going to take a little stroll around the grounds. You started me on a new train of thought in this case, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, I'm delighted, Sergeant. I'll get back to the house. I see. And these are all the firearms in Mr. Gibson's possession, eh, Cesar?
Except for the revolver that is missing from the case. Yes, so I say I've seen him.
I've never seen such a collection of guns and revolvers in my life.
Mr. Gibson had many enemies, senor. He always sleep with a loaded pistol beside his bed. He's a man of great violence. There have been times when all of us were afraid of him.
Did you ever witness physical violence towards Mrs. Gibson?
No, senor. I cannot say that I have. But I have heard him say many terrible things to her. He would taunt her in front of we servants. I have heard him do it many times.
Thank you, Cesar. That will be all.
Muito bem, senor.
You know, Holmes, I still think the case against Miss Dunbar looks very black.
I should agree with you if it were not for one fact. The finding of the revolver in her wardrobe.
On the soul, Holmes, that seems to me the strongest evidence of all.
I think not, old chap.
Huh?
We must look for consistency. Where there is a want of it, we must suspect deception.
I don't quite follow you.
Suppose for a moment that we visualize you in the character of a woman who in cold, premeditated fashion is about to murder a rival. You've planned it, and it has been written. The victim has come. You have a weapon. The crime is well done. It has been workmanlike and complete. You mean to tell me that after carrying out so crafty a crime, you'd be so stupid as to forget to fling the incriminating revolver to the bottom of the stream? Or perhaps in the dense reeds that border it? Would you carefully carry it home and put it in the first place that would be searched? Your wardrobe?
Well, perhaps in the excitement of the moment one...
No, my dear chap, you won't admit that's even possible. When a crime is coolly premeditated, then the means of covering it are coolly premeditated also.
Well, then if Miss Dunbar didn't shoot Mrs. Gibson, who the devil did?
I hope I can give you the answer to that question, Watson, when we've made one further visit.
Oh, Lord. Where are we going now?
To prison, old chap.
Prison?
Yes, we're going to Winchester Prison to call on Miss Dunbar, I'm certain. But the key to this strange mystery lies in her hands.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Just time enough for me to remind you that the easiest way to make good food taste better is to serve that good food with a good Petri wine. If you like a red wine, well, you want a Petri California Burgundy. If you'd rather have a white wine, then you want a Petri California Sauterne. But red or white, Petri Burgundy or Petri Sauterne, you're choosing a dinner wine that's sure to turn a simple meal into a feast. Your whole family and all your friends will love Petri, the wine that makes good food taste better. And now back to Dr. Watson and tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure, The Problem of Thor Bridge. Well, Doctor, did you go to Winchester Prison and see Miss Dunbar?
We did, Mr. Bartell. An hour later, I found the two of us sitting in a dank and gloomy cell, talking to one of the most beautiful girls that I've ever seen. Her bright, flashing eyes and her air of quiet confidence seemed sadly out of place in such a setting. Holmes spoke to her quietly, soothingly.
Dunbar, tell us of your true relations with the dead woman.
She hated me, Mr. Holmes. She hated me with all the passion of her distorted mind.
Please tell us exactly what happened on the evening of Mrs. Gibson's death.
Well, I received a note from her in the morning. A note imploring me to meet her at the bridge after dinner that night. She said she had something important to say to me.
Did you keep that note, Miss Dunbar?
No, Doctor. She asked me to destroy the note, so I burned it in the schoolroom grate. I saw no reason for such secrecy, but, well, I did as she asked.
And yet she kept your reply very carefully. It's interesting. Tell me what happened when you met her that night.
When I reached the bridge, she was waiting for me. I won't tell you what she said, but she poured out her whole wild fury in burning, horrible words. I didn't answer. I couldn't. It was dreadful even to look at her. She was like an insane woman, standing there screaming disgusting insults at me. I put my hands to my ears and rushed away.
Where was she standing when you left her?
Within a few yards of the spot where her body was found later.
And yet, presuming she met her death shortly after you left her, you heard no shot.
No, I heard nothing. But I was so upset, Mr. Holmes, that I rushed straight back to my room.
Did you leave it again that night?
Yes. When the alarm came that Mrs. Gibson was dead, I ran out with the others.
Did you see Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Doctor. He had just returned from the bridge when I saw him. He had sent for the doctor and the police.
This pistol that you found in your room, have you ever seen it before?
Never, Mr. Holmes, I swear it.
When was it found, Miss Dunbar?
Next morning, when the police did their search. It was on the floor of my wardrobe where I keep my shoes.
You have no idea how long it had been there?
Well, it hadn't been there the morning before.
How do you know?
Because I had tidied up the wardrobe that day.
I see. Then someone must have come into your room and placed the pistol there in order to incriminate you.
I'm certain of it.
When could they have done that?
Well, it could have been at mealtime, or when I was in the schoolroom with the children.
Yes. Miss Dunbar, on examining the scene of Mrs. Gibson's death, I noticed that a piece of stonework on the underside of the parapet of the bridge had been broken away. Can you suggest any possible explanation for that?
Oh, surely it must have been a mere coincidence, Miss Holmes.
Possibly. But why should it appear at the very time of the tragedy and at the very place? Could it possibly be that...
Why, yes, of course. Idiot. Why didn't I think of it before? Come on, Watson.
Where are we going, Holmes?
Back to Thor Bridge, old fellow. As fast as we can get there.
What have you found out, Mr. Holmes?
The answer to this mystery, I hope, my dear young lady. You will get news before the day is out. And meanwhile, take my assurance that the clouds are lifting and that the light of truth is breaking through.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you're soon back here. What have you found out?
Sit down a few moments. You got my message?
Yes, sir. Here you are. All the twine. What you wanted for, I can't imagine.
You'll soon see, Sergeant. Watson, I have some recollection that you usually go armed on these excursions of ours.
Yes, I'm carrying my revolver. Why?
Give it to me, old chap, will you? Thanks. I believe your revolver may have a very intimate connection with the mystery we're investigating.
You're joking.
Now, Watson, I'm very serious. I have a test to make. If the test is successful, Miss Dunbar will be free before nightfall, and the test will depend on the conduct of this revolver of yours. Yes, I'll take the precaution of unloading it. There we are. Now, Sergeant, ball of twine, please.
Wish I knew what he was up to, sir.
I tie one end of the twine like this to the handle of the revolver. So. Sergeant, see if you can find me a heavy stone, will you?
Oh, right, sir.
What are you doing?
Trying to reconstruct the killing of Mrs. Gibson. But you've seen me miss the mark before, Watson. I have an instinct for such things, and yet it has sometimes played me false. It seemed a certainty when it first flashed across my mind in Miss Dunbar's cell. But one drawback of an active mind is that one can always conceive alternative explanations which would make our scent a false one. And yet, oh well, we can but try.
Here's a nice stone, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Sergeant. Now, I tie the other end of the twine to the stone. Wait a minute. Like that. Splendid. Sergeant, will you please take the stone and stretch the twine across the parapet of the bridge there? so that the stone will swing just clear of the water on the other side of the bridge.
Right, sir.
I'll stand on the spot where Mrs. Gibson's body was found. That's it, Sergeant. Over the parapet.
How's that, Mr. Holmes? The stone swinging about 8 feet above the water.
Splendid. Now, Watson, watch closely. I raise the revolver to my head.
Careful, Holmes, careful.
Don't worry, old chap's not loaded. Now, let us imagine I am the late Mrs. Gibson. I raise the revolver to my head and fire it. Instantly, my fingers release their grip and... There's your answer, Watson.
Great. Stop the revolver flashed back out of your hand. Struck the parapet bridge, and the weight of the stone flipped it over into the water.
Was there ever a more exact demonstration? Come on, old fellow.
You're a blooming magician, Mr. Holmes. That's what you are. A blooming magician.
Look at that. There's the second chip on the stonework, the parapet here. Same size as the first.
And the murder, Mrs.
Wasn't murder at all. It was suicide.
What?
We can follow the various steps quite clearly. A note was extracted very cleverly from Miss Dunbar. A note which made it appear that she had chosen the scene of the crime. Mrs. Gibson, in her anxiety that the note should be discovered, somewhat overdid it by holding it in her hand to the last. That alone should have excited my suspicions earlier than it did.
So she stole one of her husband's revolvers and
planted the other one in Miss Dunbar's wardrobe.
Exactly. After discharging one of the cartridges, which you could easily do in the woods without attracting suspicion, she then went down to the bridge, where she contrived this exceedingly ingenious method of getting rid of her weapon. When Miss Dunbar appeared, she used her last breath in pouring out her hatred, and then, when the girl had left, carried out her terrible purpose.
In the missing revolver?
You'll find it with the aid of a grappling hook at the bottom of the stream, and also the stone and the string, with which this vindictive woman attempted to disguise her own crime and fasten a charge of murder on an innocent victim.
Yes, Sergeant, and don't forget while you're at it that my revolver's down there, too.
Oh, don't worry, Doctor. I'll get some grappling hooks right away.
I must say, Holmes, you've solved this case brilliantly. Quite brilliantly.
I disagree, old chap. And I fear that you will not improve my reputation by adding the case of the Tor Bridge mystery to your annals.
Oh, nonsense, but that's ridiculous.
Oh, no, it isn't, old boy. I've been sluggish in my mind, and wanting in that mixture of imagination and reality, which is the very basis of my art. I confess that the chip in the stonework was a sufficient clue to suggest the true solution, and I blame myself for not having attained it sooner.
Well, Holmes, personally, I agree with the sergeant's opinion of you.
Oh? What was that, old fellow?
You're a blooming magician, Mr. Holmes. That's what you are, a blooming magician.
Well, Doctor, Holmes really was a magician. That is, if you did find Mrs. Gibson's revolver and your own in the string.
Oh, we found them all right. You don't think I'll tell you the story otherwise, do you? What do you take me for, anyway?
Well, now that you ask, I'll tell you. I take you for a very charming gentleman, a wonderful storyteller, and a fine host.
Oh, really?
Well, you are a gentleman of the old school.
What?
And you do tell a fine story.
You flatter me, you...
And you are a perfect host. That meal we had tonight was wonderful.
Oh, it was, eh?
And, that wine, what kind was it?
It was Petri wine, and you know it. And I should have known that you were leading up to something. Mr. Bartell, you should be ashamed of yourself. You will do anything to get a chance to talk about Petri wine. Oh, I can't say I blame you.
Well, honestly, Doctor, I meant everything I said. But you don't really want me to stop talking about Petri wine, do you? After all, it's worth talking about, isn't it? What other wine is made with the loving care that goes into Petri wine? Don't forget, Petri wine is made by the Petri family. Winemaking is their business. Why, they've been making wine for generations, handing down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. You can be sure the Petri family really knows plenty about the fine art of turning luscious grapes into delicious wine. That's why, whether you want a wine for before dinner, with dinner, or for any time, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what new story are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell an adventure that Holmes and I had amid the oriental magnificence of a Maharaja's palace in India.
India? Sounds intriguing. What were you and Sherlock Holmes doing out there, Doctor?
Well, you'll have to wait till next week to answer that question, will you? But I can tell you that it was one of the weirdest problems that we ever had to solve. I call the story The Vanishing Elephant.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is adapted from the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Problem of Tor Bridge. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System.
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Paul. Diamond Detective Agency. Murders are better than ever.
Mr. Diamond?
I stand condemned.
My name is Arnold Bryce. I'm an art collector.
Well, unless you're looking for empty beer bottles, I'm afraid you have the wrong man.
You're a detective, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, then you're the man I want. How soon can you come over to my home?
Well, that depends on two things, where you live and what you want me for.
I live at 9607 Riverside Drive. But I'd rather tell you the nature of your assignment in person, if you don't mind.
Well, that suits me, but my fee is $100 a day in expenses. Still want me to come over?
Money is no object, Mr. Diamond. Please hurry.
Yes?
My name's Diamond. I'd like to see Mr. Bryce.
Mr. Arnold Bryce?
That's right.
Well, come in, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryce is busy with an art dealer in the library, sir. You can wait in the gallery.
The gallery?
The art gallery. This way, sir.
He led me down the hall and into a room that looked like it was once a den. There was a piano in the room, and hanging over the fireplace was a large painting of the Mona Lisa. The other three walls were all covered with pictures, too. This, I took it, was the gallery.
Just make yourself comfortable, sir. I'll tell Mr. Bryce you're here when he's finished.
Thank you.
Beautiful room, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Lots of paintings.
I didn't mean the paintings. I meant the room.
Oh, I take it you don't like the art?
No, sir. I only appreciate what I can see in a picture. This room used to be a study until Mr. Arnold Bryce came.
And who had it before?
Mr. Jasper Bryce. He died 2 months ago and left this house to Mr. Arnold. Well, I must get on with my work, sir.
The butler gave a disgusted look at the paintings and took his leave. Come to think of it, I agreed with the old boy. Most of the paintings were what is called moderne, which is sort of a nasty poke at the present period.
Hi there. You're a burglar, just help yourself. Take them all if you want to.
Well, I didn't know I had company.
That's because you're not a very good burglar. You should be more careful.
You, no doubt, are the local police force.
No, I won't turn you in. What's the use? Used to be I could joke. Used to be I liked to joke. Now it's no fun. Who are you, really? What do you want here? Can I fix you a drink?
Hey, that's a lot of questions for a little girl.
Little girl.
She staggered over to a couch and sat down while I took a good look at her. Beautiful is a word thrown around a lot these days, but it could only describe her. She had soft brown hair, big brown eyes, with a sort of a pleading look about them. She was wearing a pair of lounging pajamas, but her figure was nothing to speak of. When you found one like this, you kept the news to yourself.
Ugly.
What's that?
I said ugly.
Oh.
Meaning those pictures. You like pictures? Oh, you look like the type who would like pictures.
Well, I'm flattered.
Look at that one. You ever see such a mess? That's night chasing away the morning in September.
Well, you could have fooled me.
That's my husband's favorite. You a friend of my husband?
No.
Neither am I. All he does is buy paintings. He's a nut about paintings. He should have married one.
You must be Mrs. Bryce.
I must be. Then that's life. Oh, who'd you say you were?
I didn't, but the name's Diamond.
My name's Della. You know...
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Bryce will see you now.
Oh, get lost, Timothy. Mr. Diamond and I are just getting acquainted.
But Mr. Bryce said...
Mr. Bryce. All right, you better go and see him, Mr. Diamond. My husband hates to be kept waiting. Me, I'd rather be alone anyway. I'm going to sit here till I figure out just why in blazes night is chasing morning away in September.
I left Della Bryce staring at the picture and followed Timothy to the library. Inside, I met Mr. Arnold Bryce. He was a big man and looked old enough to be Della's father. On the desk lay another modern painting, and he sat admiring it like it was the deed to the Taj Mahal.
Look at it, Diamond. Look at it.
Yes.
A masterpiece. Masterpiece.
Well, it's original, all right.
Of course. I buy nothing but originals. Can't stand copies, can you?
Well, I really haven't thought about it lately. Tell me, is this masterpiece what you wanted to see me about?
Oh, no. Just thought you'd enjoy seeing it.
Mm-hmm. Well, now that we've had our kick, suppose we get on to business.
Fine. Mr. Diamond, I'm number 34 on this city's social register. Do you follow me?
No, I'm about 6 millionth.
Please, sir, I'm very serious.
Sorry.
Now then, one in my position must be discreet. Divorce, heavens knows, is scandal enough, but, well, to have a roustabout for a wife, that I cannot tolerate.
Heavens, no.
I was married a little over 6 months ago, and, to be frank, Mr. Diamond, my wife doesn't like me.
Go on.
That's all. I want to get rid of her.
Mr. Bryce, I'm a detective, not an assassin.
Of course. I want you to help me find grounds for divorce.
Oh. Well, a case like this can take a long while. At $100 a day, that can add up to quite a bill.
I hired you because I've heard you're the finest detective in New York.
Oh, well, thanks for the flattery, but the fee is still $100 a day, and...
I told you over the phone money meant nothing to me. Here. Here's a check I made out to you. It's for $500. That should serve as a retainer.
Well, yes, that's...
Now then, we can get on with this. I think my wife is in love with another man.
No.
Yes. And I think that... I keep forgetting these walls are soundproof. We've only lived in this house a few weeks. My Uncle Jasper left it to me.
Yes, your butler told me.
Timothy? Queer duck, Timothy. Uncle Jasper left me him, too.
Oh. Well, let's get back to your wife.
Oh, yes. Mr. Diamond, when I married Della, I thought we'd be well suited. She's very beautiful. And, guess where we met?
I have no idea.
In an art gallery. Naturally, I thought Della would be an art lover like myself. I could just picture us sitting in front of the fire on cold winter evenings, gazing at my originals.
Thrilling thought.
Yes, but it wasn't to be. Della deceived me. She hates my paintings.
Well, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yes, but my world is art, Mr. Diamond, and Della is no part of my world.
I see, but that hardly sounds like grounds for divorce, Mr. Bryce.
Oh, I realize that, but maybe this is. You see, Della used to date a boy named David Tharp. Now she's been going out a lot lately, and I think she may be seeing him again.
Mm-hmm. You think? Well,
I know it really may be nothing, but if she should be seeing him and we could prove it, wouldn't that be grounds?
Well, no, possibly.
Now, this boy used to work for the Gorman department store, and if he's still in town, I want him watched.
All right, I'll check with the store and report to you later.
Good. Timothy will show you out, Mr. Diamond.
I left Mr. Arnold Bryce admiring the monstrosity he had purchased earlier. On the way out, I took another peek into the gallery to see if Della Bryce was still around. She wasn't. And then I noticed the Mona Lisa again. Somehow it seemed so out of place. I was staring at it when Timothy came up behind me.
I see you admire the lady.
Say, don't you ever make noise?
Beautiful, isn't she?
The Mona Lisa?
Yes. Look at that face. The most lovely face in the world.
I thought you didn't like art.
Not what Mr. Bryce calls art. Only that picture. Do you know about it?
Do I know about it?
Oh, so many things. It really has a colorful history. Da Vinci painted her over 400 years ago.
No.
Yes. Zenobia del Giocondo's wife posed for Leonardo 4 years before it was finished.
My.
Everyone loves it. Francis I of France paid 4,000 golden florins for it.
You really know the facts, huh?
Oh, yes, sir. I've read many books about La Gioconda's history. I come here often and just stared into her face. Do you know that men have stared into the mystery of that face and then killed themselves?
You don't say.
Yes. But I'm probably boring you. This way, sir.
He took a last tender look at the picture and then led the way to the door. It was a crazy house full of crazy people, and it felt good to be outside again. The job I had was strictly routine, but as long as Bryce paid for my services, he'd get them. I took off for lunch, then went to the Gorham department store to find David Tharp. There I found Tharp, had joined the Army 6 weeks ago and was now stationed in California. That meant that Bryce's suspicions about his wife were unfounded, at least as far as Tharp was concerned.
Hello?
Let me speak to Mr. Bryce.
Who's this?
Oh, that worn-out voice sounds familiar. Walt?
Yeah, is this Diamond?
Yeah, but what are you doing there? Or did I dial the wrong number?
You calling Arnold Bryce, Rick?
That's right.
Then you have the right number. Was he a client of yours?
Uh-oh. I don't like the way you said was.
You guessed it. Better get over here, Rick. Arnold Bryce has been murdered.
In my pocket was a check for $500 signed by one Arnold Bryce. This same Arnold Bryce was now dead, according to Lieutenant Walt Levinson, who was very reliable in these matters. I took a cab to the Bryce home on Riverside Drive. Timothy, the tall, gaunt butler, again let me in. His expression hadn't changed since I'd seen him earlier. Well, Timothy, a lot of excitement around here, huh?
Yes, sir. The police are in the gallery. So is Mr. Arnold's body. Gruesome sight.
Rick.
Hello, Walt.
He's in there. Want to have a look at him?
Why not?
The boys from the lab are all finished. There he is.
Head bashed in, huh?
Coroner says he's been dead for about 2 hours. That places the time of the murder around noon.
Found the murder weapon?
No. Figured it must be the missing poker from this fireplace set. Got the boys upstairs now looking for it.
Who found the body, Walt?
Mrs. Bryce. Otis is in the library now taking her statement. What's your angle in this?
Well, Bryce hired me for some stock investigating. He was thinking of divorcing his wife.
Well, at last we've got a motive. She finds out he's getting rid of her and knocks him off.
Oh, maybe. Who else was in the house?
It's the butler, the maid, and Mrs. Bryce. Otis is sure the butler did it. Been reading murder mysteries again.
No. How about visitors? Anyone come to see Bryce around noon?
No, apparently not. Looks like an inside job, Rick. We've got 3 suspects, and all we can do is grill them till one of them breaks down. So we might as well start on the wife.
Mind if I sit in?
No. Come on.
We left the gallery and walked down to the library. Inside sat Della Bryce, patiently answering the questions of that master detective, that super sleuth, Sergeant Otis Loveloon.
Hello, Lieutenant. I got a statement down on paper, and I'm asking some questions on my own. She said... Oh, Diamond.
Don't look so happy, Otis. Hello, Mrs. Bryce.
Well, you come back. That man, Lieutenant, he's the one who saw my husband earlier.
Yes, we know that, Mrs. Bryce. This is Richard Diamond. He's a private detective.
Oh. Well, what would Arnold want with a private detective?
It seems he was planning to divorce you. Or didn't you know that yet?
Divorce me? You're kidding.
You want to tell us the joke, too, Mrs. Bryce?
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, come now.
Maybe it's Otis, Walt. After all, she's been looking at that face of his for an hour. Can you blame her?
Hey, I heard that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that just struck me funny. That worm of a husband was going to divorce me. Well, I've already talked to a lawyer about getting rid of him.
I take it you and Mr. Bryce didn't get along?
You said it. I married Arnold because I thought it'd be fun to have a big home and a nice car. All those things money can buy.
Go on.
Well, the money part was okay, but Arnold... Well, a girl can only take so much.
It's a nice, respectful way to speak of the dead.
All right, so he's dead. So now I get all that money and don't have to put up with Arnold. I should cry?
Maybe a jury will think you picked up a poker in order to get that money.
Now, look. Just because I'm not crying and moaning about how much I loved Arnold doesn't mean I killed him. I didn't.
We'll decide that.
And will you please tell this baboon to stop asking me questions? Another hour in here with him and I'd confess to anything.
Good old Otis, the traveling third degree.
Now, look, Shamus.
Take it easy, Otis. Now, Mrs. Bryce, you say you were upstairs fixing your hair around noon?
That's right.
What about your lunch? Don't you eat?
I'm on a diet. Look, it's all there in my statement. Around 1 o'clock, I came downstairs and found the body. I called the police, and that's all I know.
Well, then, if you're innocent, you won't object to answering questions. So, make yourself comfortable.
Walt kept asking questions, and Della kept answering them. Half an hour later, Walt was getting tired. Della was getting tired, and I was already tired. Grilling a suspect is the most boring thing in the world, and it was a relief when Walt sent the girl upstairs.
Otis, you see that she goes to her room and then bring that maid in here.
Right, Lieutenant.
Now, Rick, what do you think?
I think she's innocent, Walt.
Oh, you do? Why?
Because she leaves herself wide open. She admits she's glad the guy's dead.
So maybe that's all a front to throw suspicion off her. She makes everything point toward her, and she thinks we'll figure she couldn't be that dumb.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I think Otis was right.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Well, you said he thought the butler did it. So do I.
Rick, I'm in no mood for jokes.
Look, Walt, the guy was bashed in the head, right? The top of the head. Now, Bryce is close to 6 feet tall. So is Timothy. Della's too short. She couldn't hit him on top of the head unless she stood on a ladder.
Yeah, I thought of that. But you can't convict a guy because he's tall enough to hit Bryce on top of the head. Besides, maybe Bryce stooped over to tie a shoelace. Any number of reasons.
Maybe. But I still bet Timothy killed him.
Okay, Sherlock. Tell me one more thing. Why? Why did he kill him? He'd only worked for him 2 weeks. No money's missing. Where's the motive?
I'm not sure, Walt. But I think it's in a picture.
Huh? Oh, now, Rick.
Walt, when I was here earlier, I talked to Timothy in the art gallery. We talked about the Mona Lisa.
Well, what about it?
He knew everything about it. A lot of its history. Now, here's a guy who hates all these paintings around but one. The Mona Lisa. But what's it doing here?
What's what doing here?
The Mona Lisa. Bryce told me himself he only collected originals. But the Mona Lisa hangs in the Louvre in France. That picture over the fireplace is only a copy, and Bryce hated copies.
Go on.
That's all. I don't know exactly why or how all this happened. I only know things don't add up. Timothy's admiration for that one painting and what's it doing here.
And somewhere in there you think there's a murder motive.
Why not? Sure, Della might have killed him for the money. That's a nice, big, fat motive. But, Walt, how many murders have big, fat motives? Darn few.
You're right there.
A girl kills her sister because she called her fatty. A man shoots his wife for nagging. A woman poisons her neighbor for gossiping. A lot of little things can turn a twisted mind into a murderous mind.
Okay. But this picture angle doesn't impress me. Where's the motive, even a small one? I can't...
Here's the maid, Lieutenant. In here, miss.
Lieutenant, I am so sorry about this thing. I am feeling to cry. Please, you can't think I have anything to do with it. I hardly know, Mr. Ryan.
Just sit down, miss. We just want you to answer some questions.
Now, don't be frightened, dear. We don't think you killed Mr. Bryce, but you might help us find out who did.
Oh, well, I'm glad to help.
Good. Now, how long have you worked here?
Oh, well, let me see. It has been 5 years. 5 years I have been here. I worked for Mr. Bryce's uncle. Then when he died, I stay on.
And Timothy, how long has he worked here?
Oh, goodness. Timothy has been here all his life. He has told me about it. His father worked for the old Mr. Jasper Bryce and his mother, too. Timothy, he grew up in that house. Then when his father died, he'd take over his job.
I see. Now, about the young Mr. Bryce, Arnold. Was he easy to get along with?
Well, I don't know him so well, but they have no trouble with him. Timothy does not agree with him at times, but they have no trouble.
Timothy doesn't agree with him? What do you mean?
Well, Mr. Arnold changed a lot of things. Moved furniture and such. Timothy thinks they look better where they have always been. Just this morning they argue. Mr. Bryce wants Timothy to get rid of something, but they do not remember what it is.
Oh. Then one more question. The room with all the paintings. Do you remember that room before Mr. Arnold Bryce came here?
Oh, yeah. He used to clean there. But there was not all the paintings there then.
No painting?
Not all there is now. Just the one. The painting of the pretty lady.
The Mona Lisa.
What did you say?
The Mona Lisa.
Yeah, that's it. That is what Timothy and Mr. Bryce was having words about this morning. The Mona Lisa.
That was it. I looked at Walt, and I could see that he was interested. Now there was a motive. Oh, not the big headline motive, just the kind you'll read on page 6 of your local paper. The kind of story that usually says the murderer is now undergoing sanity tests. Otis showed the maid out and left Walt and me with our little brains racing a mile a minute.
I don't know. We still haven't got anything to convict him.
Walt, he's a psycho, that's for sure. Now, the way I see it, he's crazy about that one picture. He grew up in the house. Maybe it means something to him. Then in comes Bryce with all his modern junk and orders Timothy to get rid of the Mona Lisa.
Yeah. But Timmy argues and Bryce insists. They were both in the library, so maybe Bryce was even going to take it down himself.
Could be. Then our boy gets mad, grabs the nearest thing, which happened to be the poker.
Okay, so it fits. We have a theory. But we still need one thing to convict him. A confession.
Yeah. Maybe we can use the Mona Lisa.
What?
He killed for it. He may talk for it. I outlined my plan to Walt. Timothy was a psychopathic, and I knew we'd have to get him in the right kind of mood. Walt agreed with the plan, and we headed for the gallery. They had removed Bryce's body from the room, and only a deep red spot in the carpet was left. Walt went looking for Timothy, and I moved over to the piano.
In here, Timothy. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Walt. Just thought I'd pass the time at the piano.
It's all right. Just sit down, Timothy. I want you to wait here where I can locate you. We'll want to question you later.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you if I need you, Rick.
Okay, Walt. My playing bother you, Timothy?
Oh, not at all, sir. I like music.
Oh, me too. You know, that painting up there reminds me of a song I heard not long ago. Pretty thing. It went like this.
Mona Lisa, men have named you. You're so like the lady with the mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you for that Mona Lisa strangeness in your smile?
I watched him carefully as I sang. At first he stared at me with a strange look in his eye, but gradually he settled back in his chair and listened to the words. His eyes rested on the beautiful painting over the mantelpiece. This was the mood I'd wanted.
Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there, and they die there. Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Or just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art?
Well, did you like that? Hey, Timothy. Hey.
Huh? Oh, the song is very beautiful. It's fitting of her.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'd better stop fooling around at the piano and do what I came here for. His eyes were on me as I got up from the piano bench and walked over to the fireplace. I tried not to look at him as I reached up for the picture, but I heard him jump from his chair.
What are you doing? Leave that alone.
Well, I'm sorry, friend, but Mrs. Bryce is all upset about her husband's death. She asked me if I wouldn't carry out his last wish and get rid of this. Clutters up the other pictures, you know.
Leave it alone. Take the others, but leave that alone.
Sorry, but out it goes to the trash pile.
No, it belongs here. The living part of this house. Put it down, I said. Put it down! I warned you.
Now, Timothy, take it easy. Put down that shovel.
When you put down the picture.
Oh, and if I don't, you'll swing that shovel at me just the way you swung a poker at Bryce.
He was an idiot. Throw it out, he said. Throw it out and leave that other trash on the walls. Now you want to throw it out, too. No, give me that painting.
All right, Timothy, you've got it.
Rick, are you all right?
Yeah. See how Timothy is.
He'll come around.
You heard from the door?
Yeah, enough.
Imagine. All this over a picture of a dame.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role. It was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Date, fill it in. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the Betrayal in Bumpass Hell. Red Gillis was a raw-boned folk from the border country. He was a stranger to Bumpass Hell, but he was no stranger to trouble. He jogged his pinto down the narrow main street, not liking what he saw, and reined up in front of the sheriff's office. He dismounted and slapped the trail dust off his Levi's. Then he hitched up his gun belt and ambled inside. He looked at the heavy-shouldered, blue-jowled man behind the desk, and he didn't like what he saw. Neither did the sheriff, Rance Blaggett. State your business. I can do it better than that. State your business and get out, he snarled. Red smiled thinly and drawled, I'm looking for my brother. And what be your name outside of Red? Here, I can do that better than that. And what be your name outside of Red? Red Gillis's hand slid toward one of his six-shooters as silently as the sun coming up over the butte. Gillis, he sneered. Red Gillis from the Tonto Rim. That's pretty good. The sheriff's muscles tightened like steel springs and pulled him erect. Ain't no Tonto Rimmer welcome hereabouts in Bumpass Hell, he cursed. That was real good. And then the slap of 4 hands on leather was followed by the simultaneous roar of 4 6-guns. Hey, wait a minute. The sheriff...
I know they're in there.
Well, who is it? The sheriff is just...
Mr. Spade. Miss Kelvin next door.
Right in the most exciting part.
Mr. Spade, now see here. I won't take no for an answer. It wouldn't be neighborly.
What is it, Mrs. Kelsey?
Never you mind. Come along. What are you up to here, anyway?
Oh, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing with an apple and a good book, that's all.
I don't see no apple, and the only reading matter I see is some Western trash.
Trash?
Now, come on. There's trouble on the 3rd floor.
Well, there's trouble in Bumpass Hell.
Don't just swear at me.
I'm not...
I know my duty, and I know your duty. Now, come on.
Ouch, okay, let go my ear. And that, Dundee, so help me, is how it started. Effie had just read a book called How to Relax, and it said there that Western stories were relaxing, and that's how I happened to be at home at 10 p.m., writing herd on a copy of Sheriff and Outlaw, rip-roaring adventures of the Old West. But Bumpass Hell hath no fury like my neighbor, Mrs. Kelsey. I left Red Gillis and the sheriff face to face and vice versa, eyes flashing and guns ablaze, and followed her meekly up to the 3rd floor.
Sorry to hear that. Been at it for 3 hours they have. Won't be a stick of furniture left in the room, less than there's top.
You speak to them?
Did I speak to them? You see this lump? No, here, under my transformation.
Oh, well, why didn't you call a cop?
Well, it wouldn't be neighborly. It's me that did. You see this lump?
Yeah, you showed it to me. Put your wig back on. I'll see what I can do.
And tell them about my lump. It's evident.
Yeah, put it back. Hey, open up.
I would not go back with you if you was the last man on the
Hey, open up.
Have it your own way. If I catch you without swear again, I'll tell you. You hide your boy, you rotter, you cheap grifter, you. You slam out of here before I'm forced to seek the assistance of a couple of flatties. Do not try anything fancy behind my back, you big slob. From now on, you and me is strictly on the cool beady. Well, you unprincipled. Hey, let go of me.
Don't throw it.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I remember you from someplace?
No, I'm only being neighborly. Why did you beat up on kind, nice Mrs. Kelsey?
That is a gross falsehood. I did not lay a hand on the old wag. It was that odious stinker, Joe Donegan, who was just left. And you can tell him, as for me, that I'm extremely unimpressed with his cheap threats to rub me out, and that I intend to continue on seeing Mr. Hobson or any other Johns which I care to.
That's pretty good singing.
Oh.
Well, you better tell him that yourself. I don't imagine I'll be seeing him.
You won't? Hey, wait a minute. Who are you anyway?
Just another tenant. I live downstairs.
Oh, well, now I recall whom you are. You are that Seamus, which lives on the second floor rear.
Shamus, we call it in the radio.
Seamus, would you care to come in and discuss a certain matter?
Well, thanks. Another time. I got to get back to Bumpass' Hell.
Whoever she is, let her cool her heels for a few moments.
No, you don't understand.
This is an urgent matter which I would like to hash over right now and without further delay.
Well,
May I invite you in for a straight slug?
Well, okay, but just one. In a glass.
All right, make yourself comfy. Now, say when.
Just after the lipstick mark.
Here you are. Well, now to make a long story short, Mrs. Spade, my name is Rosemary Fell, which remains my stage name, notwithstanding the circumstance. But I am legally married to that barnacle which has just dusted this joint. Now, being as you are in the detective business...
Now, wait a minute.
Kindly permit me to finish, honey.
Sorry, sweetheart.
I'm not the type to jaw about my troubles just to pass the time of day.
I'm sure you are.
I am an actress.
I knew that.
And although I'm low in funds, due to being between jobs right now, on account of that knothead making a scene in the last joint at which I worked... Cheap ginger ale. Just to show you how the breaks fall, Mr. Spade, Belita Wilkerson, who just happens to be about the biggest talent agent in this city, if you have the time,
I'm impressed.
phoned me on the telephone, and arranged an audition. She also advanced me the sum of 100 clams.
100?
Which I will pay you to put the B on that dog, Joe Donegan, the rat.
Now, which is he? What do you mean, put the B on him?
Listen, Sam, that grifter has got a record as long as my arm. And what I have got on him is longer than his arm.
Please.
In short, I should like him thrown into the can so that I can feel safe to sing on him.
Look, Rosemary, so you had a fight with Joe. You're sore. You want to pay him off. Now,
Right.
why don't you just wait until morning and see how you feel
Sam, listen to me. That knuckle duster remains at large. I will be feeling no pain. Now, I know that from my flamboyant manner, you'd never guess it. But that is only the actress in me. In actuality, that flea intends to do me in.
Oh, now, come, Rosemary.
What? You disagree?
Well, now, really, Rosemary.
Why, a big pain in the neck.
Rosemary.
Drinking my... Pour that back in the bottle. Don, put it back in the bottle.
Well, I'll be going now. Only trying to be neighborly. Well, back to Bumpass' Hell. Rance Blaggett, the smoking Colt still gripped in his hairy fists, suddenly pitched forward like a fallen Joshua tree at Red Gillis's feet. Red leaned over with a thin smile playing at the corners of his mouth, not liking what he saw, and lifted the badge off of Blaggett's cowhide vest and pinned it on his own. Bumpass' Hell had a new sheriff. Hey. Then I heard it. It sounded like a man sneaking up a fire escape. I went over to the window, raised it, and looked up. I didn't like what I saw. An overcoated figure reached the third-floor landing and stood silhouetted against the lighted window of Rosemary's apartment. He was about the height and weight of that rat, Joe Donegan. By the time I'd rolled out the window onto the fire escape, his right hand had come out of his coat pocket. Donegan! Donegan, watch it! He was a floor ahead of me, and I didn't want to get too close to him until I passed that lighted window. He made the roof just as I crossed in front of it. The flashes from his revolver told me that. They also told me he had 2 slugs left to throw at me. The only light up there was a feeble glow from the skylight, dead center. I headed for the cover of a brick chimney just to the left of it. I had 2 things in mind. The skylight was his most logical avenue of escape, and I hoped I could tease him into emptying his gun at me. It didn't work. I stuck my head out. No shots. But he did use his gun. I should have stood in Bumpass' Hell.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
What did that rat do to you, the dog? Sam, speak to me. Here, come on now.
Send an Indian to Sutter's Mill. Tell the governor the sheriff of Bumpass hell is turning in his bag.
Listen, honey, you've got to pull yourself together now. Come on. These delirious Trumans will get us no place now. Come on, Sam.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, Now, do not rush things, honey. That was quite a clip he gave you.
Yeah, where were you?
I was combing my hair out of the window.
Yeah, and he was on the fire escape, not 4 feet away. Not a very good shot, is he?
No, he isn't. Oh, Sam, look at your poor little head. Here, now, let me kiss it and make it well. Wild root.
Yeah, so, what gets me ahead socially and on the job?
Well, now, what next, Sam?
Rosemary, I am going to the top now. My dander is up. Let's have a moment of silence while I put through a call to Lieutenant Thomas Dundee of Homicide. It took your boys less than an hour to locate Joe Donegan and haul him in, Lieutenant. Rosemary's charges were not enough to hold him on attempted murder, and all I could identify was the back of his neck. But you were good enough to bag him anyway, so Rosemary and I could relax. I went downstairs to bed and started Chapter 4. Aha. Red Gillis didn't trust Curly Mallard, the foreman of the Crooked S. Aha. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Sam, this is Dundee.
Yeah, Dundee. What time is it?
8:30.
In the morning?
Yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's daylight. Say, about that, what was his name?
Donegan?
Anyway, that fellow that we booked last night on your say-so.
Well, what about him?
That was a bad beef, Sam. How come?
You better tell me.
Man was alibied, Sam.
When did that happen?
Well, a fellow named, got it written down. Yeah, Hobson. Warner Hobson says Donegan was with him at the time.
Who else says so?
Hobson's words are good enough for the commissioner. Ran for assembly once.
Did you know he also ran for Donegan's wife?
You don't say. Well, that's a real puzzler, Sam.
The human mind is unpredictable, Dundee.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, I hope you figure it out, Sam.
While I was shaving, I thought and thought. I wondered what Red Gillis would have done if such a situation had cropped up in Bumpass hell. A thin smile began to play around the corners of my mouth as I climbed the stairs to Rosemary's apartment. When I got there, I didn't like what I saw. There was a note pinned to the door. It said, "Dear Sam, I have been called to do another audition. If anything crops up, you can reach me at Graystone 34292.
The Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency?
I want to speak to Rosemary Fell. Hello?
Yes, I'm still on the line. Who's calling, please?
Sam Spade.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. Miss Fell can't come to the phone.
Who's in charge there?
This is Miss Wilkerson speaking.
Yeah, well, why can't she come to the phone?
She's in the middle of her audition.
Well.
Is there any message?
Yeah. Tell her Donegan's out and it's Hobson's choice.
Yes?
Mr. Hobson?
Yes?
My name is Spade.
Oh, yes. Mr. Spade. Come in.
Why did you phony up that alibi for Rosemary's husband, Mr. Hobson?
Huh? Oh, because I knew he's not the man who fired those shots at her.
Were you there?
As a matter of fact, I was. Would you like to hear about it?
I would.
Well, first, I'd better tell you a little about myself. Now, for the past year, I've been interested in politics. If I do say so myself.
Yes, I know. You ran for assembly. Come to the point.
Well, in a way, this is the point. My wife's a professional woman, and her own career keeps her busy a good deal of the time. Well, like the movie magazines say, a clash of careers and so on. That's how I happened to take up with Rosemary. I didn't know she was married. And, of course, when I found out, I dropped her like a hot potato.
Potato.
And then she started blackmailing me. Did you know about that?
I still don't.
Well, I think I can convince you.
Go ahead.
Well, I received a series of threatening phone calls from Rosemary. And I finally decided to go to Donegan and tell him the whole story. Oh, he was as mad as a wet hen.
Wet hen?
Well, he said he'd stop her. And I believed he was the right man to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night he phoned me. He said he'd had a little caucus meeting with her and assured me I'd have no more trouble. But no sooner had I hung up that phone when she called again, making another outrageous demand. I decided then and there to take things into my own hands. So happens I'm a crack shot. And I knew that I could come close enough to frighten her without actually hurting her.
You were laboring under a false impression.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, you believe me now?
Up to a point.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I have for you, Mr. Spade.
Well, I have something for you.
What's that?
Look up here. You see this bruise on my head?
Oh. Well, all in the game, you know.
Touché.
Now, hold it. I only...
Lie still. I'll get it. Yeah?
This is Rosemary again.
Listen, I want to talk...
You cheap ward healer. If you don't have that dough for me tonight, I will have no other recourse but to smear your fat puss all over the front pages.
Yeah, look, Rosemary...
And I am just the individual to do that. You may think you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, but in my opinion, you are nothing but a worm.
Yeah, well, look...
Buy you rats and rats.
Hey, Rosemary. Hello. Nuts.
Oh, wait a minute, Spade. Well, what did she say?
You're going to read it in my report, along with a bill for my services.
No, I'm so sorry she isn't in. You do that, sugar. Hello there.
Likewise.
Are you talented or just interested?
I could be. In the meantime, is Rosemary Fell still here?
Did you have an appointment today?
Yes, honey. I called this morning. She was here then.
You must be mistaken, darling.
No.
The office didn't open till noon today.
Yeah. Could I talk to Miss Wilkerson?
She isn't here just now.
Oh,
she never gets in till 1.
Not till 1.
She's over at KQW cutting a transcription for our new show, Goal of the Girls and Gay. Oh, no. I mean, Gale of the Girl and Goat.
Don't you mean Gale of the Golden Gate?
That's it. Girl of the Golden Gate.
You said it, and I'm glad.
Well, anyway, she isn't here.
Oh.
Good morning, Maggie. Any calls for me?
Oh, yes, Miss Wilkerson, your husband... Oh, Miss Wilkerson, I was telling Miss German you weren't here.
Obviously, I am. Did you have an appointment?
I talked to you on the phone this morning. Spade.
Oh, Rosemary's friend.
Well, you might know.
She'll be out in a moment. What a distressing business that was last night. Rosemary tells me you saved her life.
Well, that's a slight exaggeration. In fact, the whole thing was a mistake.
Oh, really? I understood that... Oh, here she is. Rosemary, here's your friend.
Sam, I ever glad to see you.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Plenty.
Oh. Well, thanks loads, Miss Wilkerson. I hope the recording is better on this one.
I'm sure it is, Rosemary. We'll call you when the client makes up his mind.
Oh, well, thanks again. Come on, Sam.
Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
Goodbye.
Sam, what is this new development that appears to be griping you?
Why didn't you tell me you were shaking Hobson down?
Uh-huh. And who's been feeding you this pile of gross falsehoods?
Look, Rosemary, you may be an actress, but with me, your audition is over, and you did not get the part.
And just what are your future intentions in regards to me?
None whatsoever. I'm sorry I ever met you, and I'm going back to Bumpass hell. I went back to the office, swiveled my chair into a comfortable position, opened the February number of Sheriff and Outlaw to page 112, Betrayal in Bumpass Hell, Chapter 5, Stampede. It was disappointing. There was a lot of stuff about bawling cattle and dust clouds and Flo and Curly standing on top of a butte, not liking what they saw, when somebody yelled, Stampede. Red Gillis was riding ahead of the cattle, and his horse stepped into a chuck hole, and he sprained his ankle. Red of the horse, it didn't say which. But Red was lying prostrate in the path of the avalanche of tossing horns, not liking what he saw. Hold it a minute. Let's see. Continue on page 113. Learn to be a private... hello.
Spade, this is Thompson. Come out here right away. Something terrible has happened.
Such as?
Rosemary is here, and I think she's dead.
In here, Spade. Oh, I don't know how she got in. Oh, yes, I do remember I must have left the door unlocked.
Where were you?
Why, I just stepped out to get some cigarettes.
Did you prove it?
Why, no, I'm afraid not. I got halfway and found I didn't have any money and came back.
You came back, walked through this room, went in the bedroom, and didn't see the body until you started back?
Why, yes, the lights were off. I stumbled over it.
This is the gun?
Yes. She did it with my own gun. Oh, I never dreamed her love for me would drive her to self-destruction. Of course, now it's clear what really lay behind her poor, clumsy effort to blackmail me. It was a desperate move to get me back. Oh, I'll never forgive myself for driving that poor girl to this.
Don't worry about that, Hobson. This isn't suicide.
Murder? Oh, great heavens. What will Belita say?
Belita?
Yes, my wife.
Belita Wilkerson?
Professional name, you know. I was explaining to you before that... Oh, that's my wife now. What in the world do I tell her?
Never mind, I'll get it. Hello?
This is Rosemary for the last time.
Who?
I'm just calling to tell you that you have stalled around too long. I have talked to your wife and told her the whole sordid pitch. Why she wants you back, I will never know. But I sold you cheap, and you weren't worth a cent more. I am a girl who does not like to do things halfway, but you were just too late. Goodbye, you fathead.
Yeah, Rosemary, I guess we were all too late. I called you, Dundee, and then, like the rat I am, made off with your prize suspect before you and your boys from Homicide arrived. We arrived at the Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency just as the boss was shutting up shop for the day. She had the recordings under her arm. All right, Belita, I'll take those.
Warner, Mr. Spade.
Unlock the door, Belita. We're going back in.
Warner, why are you...
You better do as he says, Belita.
Well, all right, but...
Give me those keys. Inside, both of you. Where do you play these records?
The recording studio is just through there, but you can spare yourself the trouble. I admit I tricked Rosemary into recording those blackmail speeches and then played them back over the phone to Warner. If trying to hold on to my husband is a crime, then I'm a criminal.
Oh, now, Belita, my dear.
Come on, stop that. We gotta get busy. I phoned the Hobson house, and you were still there, Dundee. You said it was an open and shut case against Hobson, and to deliver him at once or kiss my license goodbye. But when I told you my diabolically ingenious scheme, you said yes, you'd be glad to, because it was a sure way of getting rid of me once and for all. It took us nearly 2 hours to get things ready in Belita's recording studio. We took the parts of Rosemary's so-called audition records that we thought would fit the occasion and dubbed them onto a single side. We played it back once. Then I phoned you at headquarters.
Homicide. Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee. Everything's ready here. Did you pick up Donegan?
Oh, yeah. He's here. Donegan?
Hold on. Okay, Belita. Start the record when I give you the nod.
Yes, Mr. Spade.
I didn't say, Donegan. It's for you.
Thanks. Yeah, who's this? This is Rosemary. Huh? I forgive you for everything, but there are some things I cannot forget. You Rosemary, lied. it sounds like We have meant a lot to each other, but after what you have done to me, it is time you take through the nose.
Rosemary, I didn't mean it. When I followed you to his house and you went right in like you lived there, I
What
just
you
went
have done
nuts.
to me, it is time you paid through the nose, you rat. I am a girl who does not like to do things halfway.
Listen, honey, you're not going to throw the book at me, are you?
I am just
I'm glad to hear your voice. I thought you were
We have
dead.
meant a lot to
Okay,
each
kill
other.
it.
Rosemary, are you listening? Rosemary. Hey, no, she's still on the line. I want to talk to her.
Take him, Polehouse.
Wait a minute.
Take him. Sam.
Yeah, Dundee.
Congratulations. That was a brilliant piece of work. Hey. Sam, you still on the line?
Yeah, I'll be all right, Dundee. I just fainted temporarily. Say it again, will you, pal?
Yeah, as I was saying, congratulations on a brilliant piece of work.
Well.
But I have never in all my years on the force heard of such a wild, insane, illegal, unethical, and downright cruel method of extorting your confession.
Thank you, Dundee. I feel better already. Period. End of report.
But Sam, what happened?
Effie, I thought I had made that abundantly clear.
No.
In order to discredit her husband's paramour, Belita gave her a come-on about an audition and had her play the part of a blackmailer reading lines from a script which she, Belita, had prepared, and thereupon proceeded to play said records over the telephone, well knowing that her husband would erroneously believe Rosemary to be a blackmailer in fact, and would drop her like a hot spud.
No, Sam, no, I don't mean...
Don't interrupt. It was my inspiration, I, Sam Spade, to use Belita's fiendish device for a higher purpose.
No, Sam, no,
Yes.
that is what No, Sam, I meant the Western story. Betrayal and Bumpass Creek.
It is not Crick, Effie.
You can't say H over the radio, Sam.
Oh, yes, you can. Bumpass Hell is the post office designation of a hamlet right here in California.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, what happened? Did Red Gillis ever find his brother?
I didn't quite finish, Ev. Go type that up and I shall.
Well, here it is, Sam. Oh, Sam, what's the matter? You don't look at all well.
Can't be. It didn't happen. It's a misprint. That's what it is.
What, Sam? What?
Maybe the writer was tired.
Oh, Sam, it's only a story.
That's what you think.
Well, did Red Gillis find his brother?
I won't tell.
Oh, now, Sam, now, don't be childish.
Oh, well, all right. Remember the sheriff he shot on page 1?
What?
Yeah, turned out to be the new schoolmarm.
Oh, how ornery. A woman, huh? Nice.
Get off. Good night, sweetheart.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.